And the clerk will swear you in. There you go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you may take the stand. And just sit kind of close up to the microphone, speak clearly and distinctly so that we can hear you. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your full name?
Emma Grace Wright.
How do you spell your first name?
EMMA.
And how do you spell your last name?
WRIGHT.
And how old are you?
19.
What do you do for a living? Are you in school or are you doing something for a job?
I'm trying to go to college for mechanics.
That's great. And did you go to school here locally?
Mm-hmm.
What school? Is that a yes?
Yes.
What school did you go to? Have you gone to
North Nicholas High School. I went to a couple of different schools throughout the years.
And do you go generally by the name Emma or do you use a different name that you prefer?
I go by Valentine sometimes, Val for short.
Are you a little nervous to be here today?
A little bit.
A little bit. And I'm asking a couple of questions just to make sure you feel comfortable speaking into the mic, okay?
Is this okay?
You're doing great. Do you know a person named Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
Friend of a friend.
And who is she a friend of that you know?
Luann Deja.
And about Kayla, how long have you known her?
I only met her twice. I met her Christmas one day, and then, yeah.
The day that
she passed, yes.
Okay. Knowing that you only met her twice, would you say that you were close to her or more of an acquaintance?
We had a couple conversations. I would think that we were fairly close.
When was the last time that you saw Kayla?
The night that she passed.
Do you remember when that was?
March 2024, around St. Patty's Day.
Was that during spring break time?
Yes.
What were you doing that day?
Going to the movies.
And I'm gonna show defense counsel what's in American States Exhibit number 2. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you an item that's in American States Exhibit number 2 for identification. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's Kayla.
It's a photograph of her.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, the state would need to enter into evidence States Exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, Ms. Wright, you said Kayla Rincon-Miller was a friend of your friend Luann, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the Kayla that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So on that day in March that we're here about, you said your plan was to go to the movies?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you come up with that plan and with whom?
I was on the phone with Deja throughout the day, and we were planning on going to the movies with Kayla and another friend of ours, but our other friend canceled.
Okay. And Deja, is that Luann Deja?
Yes.
So you were on the phone and making those plans. What movie theater were you going to go to?
Marquee Cinema or AMC?
And where did you end up landing?
Marquee Theater.
And is that in Cape Coral?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you have an approximate time when you were going to meet up there?
No, ma'am.
All right. Were you going to go for like a matinee or an evening or a late night movie?
Evening to late night.
Okay. Was it a Sunday?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it normal for you to stay out late on a Sunday night?
No.
Okay. What was the reason for you being out late that night?
The movie ran late.
Okay. What movie were you going to see?
The Bob Marley One Love movie.
Fan of Bob Marley?
Mm-hmm.
Or you were either contacted Luann Deja on the phone or were you sending text messages?
Over the phone call.
Okay. And so how did you get to the movie theater?
Luann's older brother and his ex-girlfriend, I would assume.
They drove you there?
Yes.
So you went to Luann's house first, is that
Yes.
right? All right. And what did you do at Luann's house?
We did our makeup together and got dressed together and just got ready.
And other than the movie, did you guys have any other plans for that night?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have a plan of how you were going to get home from the movie theater?
At the moment, no.
Okay. And it was late night, so you already had dinner?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you going to eat while you were out?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to go to the movies, get dinner, and then find a way back home?
Yes, ma'am.
So Luann's older brother dropped you off at Marquee?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what happened?
We checked in and sat in the movie theater and waited for Kayla to show up.
And Kayla arrived a short time later?
Yes.
Did you guys watch the whole movie?
Yes.
And what did you do after the movie?
We went to the back of the movie theater and smoked
What did you smoke?
marijuana.
And was that like a marijuana cigarette or was it like a different form?
It was out of a bowl pipe and a cartridge.
Cartridge, like a vape pen kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. So after you did that end your night or did you guys do something else?
We planned on getting food after.
And how did you go about making the decision of where to go?
We started walking down the street looking at what restaurants are down Del Prado.
Were you all looking at like sit down restaurants or something else?
Both?
Okay. Did you have a lot of money with you?
No.
Did Luann have a lot of money with her?
No.
And what about Kayla?
No.
So were you kind of limited on the options of where you?
Yes.
Okay. What places did you consider?
Chipotle, Waffle House, and McDonald's.
Okay. Did you end up going to Chipotle?
No, ma'am.
Where was the other place? Waffle House?
No, ma'am.
And then why didn't you go to Waffle House?
Too expensive.
So between the three of you, you didn't have enough money to go to Waffle House?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So where did you end up landing on where to eat?
McDonald's.
Was that in the same location as the movie theater or someplace else?
I'd say it was down the street.
Okay. How did you get there?
We walked.
Okay. And what road did you take to get there?
I don't know the exact road, but I know it's a back road off of Del Prado.
Okay, so not Del Prado, but a road that runs in the same direction as?
Yes.
Okay. Was that road, were there a lot of cars on the road and other people walking?
At the time that we were walking, no.
Okay, so it was just you all basically.
Basically.
And would you say it's like well lit? Are there street lights or do you recall?
Not a lot of streetlights, no.
Pretty dark.
Yeah.
Now, did you have phones with you?
I know Luann had a phone and I know Kayla had a phone. I had an iPhone on me, but it was from Germany, so it was all in Germany and on military time.
Okay. And were you like using your flashlights to try and light the path, or you could see enough to get down the road?
We could see enough to get down the road.
Okay. And as you were walking in the direction of McDonald's, what were you guys doing?
We were just talking, dancing. We had taken Kayla's phone and started taking photos of her, telling her to make the sidewalk her red carpet, basically.
Just kind of having fun.
Yeah, just being girls.
On that walk, did something happen that either drew your attention or put you on alert? Excuse me.
Some kids drove past us in an SUV and they were staring at us.
I want to talk about that because was it just something that they drove past quickly, or was it a slow roll, or was it fast?
It was a slow roll by.
Okay. Were you able to look into the vehicle?
I was able to make eye contact with the driver.
Okay. And what can you describe for the jury what the driver looked like?
Blonde bowl cut with a gray collared Nike sweater and sweatpants, I'd assume.
Okay. You'd assume, but you couldn't see into the car, is that right?
I couldn't see his legs, no ma'am.
Was it, you said blonde bowl cut, was the person white, black, Hispanic, or something else?
White with blue eyes, I think.
Did you see anybody else in the car?
At the moment that he was driving past me, no.
And at the moment that you saw them, was the car coming in your direction or coming from behind you?
From behind us.
Okay, so the first that they drove past you, and did the car stop at that time?
No ma'am.
Okay. Was that the last time you saw that car?
No ma'am.
Okay, when was the next time that you saw the car?
After it had made a whole U-turn in the neighborhood and came back down the other road, the next road down.
And was it coming at you head on at that point?
At that point, yes.
Okay. And what happened when it came head on at you?
They flashed their high beams at us, and next thing I know, there are people hopping out of the car and attacking us.
Okay. Had you gotten, and I'll get to that part, but at the time that the car stopped and the people had hopped out, would you say that you were closer to the Coralwood Mall where the movie theater was, closer to where the McDonald's was, or somewhere in the middle?
I'd say we're in the middle.
Okay. And it was just the one car, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Did everyone in the car that you could see come out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to look at the individuals who came out of the car?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why not?
Too many things were going on all at the same time.
Were you frightened?
Yes.
What did you think was going on at that point?
I thought it was a prank, a joke that maybe one of Kayla's or Luann's friends were pulling on us.
Now, when the car had gone past on that slow roll past you,
Mhm.
what were your thoughts about what they were doing at that point?
We were just thinking that they were weird. We kind of made fun of them while they were driving past us, just saying, like, what are you doing?
Did you think they were trying to frighten you, or were they trying to like hit on you or something else?
Who knows?
There's speculation.
Sustained.
My question was, did you think if she thinks that, can she?
Sustained.
So at the time the car turned their high beams on and was facing you and the people came out,
Mhm.
Can you describe the people that came out of the car?
No.
Okay. And then what about, where were you positioned in relationship to the car when it stopped?
I was almost hit by it.
Okay. And were Kayla and Luann standing with you in a line across, in line front to back, or something else?
Kayla was standing next to the stop sign, and Deja was about 5 feet behind me.
So you were kind of in a line, Kayla, you, Luann.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. So did the people in the car that got out just get out of the car and stay by the car?
No, ma'am.
What happened next?
They ran at us and attacked us.
And by they, was there someone that ran at you and attacked you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury what that person looked like?
African male, young, about the same height as me, and he was wearing a black t-shirt tied around his face with red shirt and jorts.
And did he have anything in his hands?
A gun,
And what was he doing with the gun?
threatening me with it.
Was he using words to threaten you or just motions with the gun?
Both.
Okay. What words was he using?
He was telling me that he was going to shoot me, and to give me everything I own, basically. Give me all my shit.
Okay. And is that the words that he used?
Yes.
Give me all your shit?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did he physically touch you?
There was a couple little touches, yes. He grabbed my shoulders and my arms and tried grabbing at my bag.
And you talk about grabbing at your bag. What kind of bag did you have on?
I had a side bag.
And can you describe for the jury what it looked like?
It's been so long since I've seen it. No, ma'am. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Well, and I'm going to ask you some questions to see if we can at least get an idea of what the size of it was.
Yes.
Was it something you could carry tucked under your
No,
arm?
ma'am.
How did you carry the bag?
It wrapped around my shoulder and down. The bag sat right on my hip.
So kind of like a crossbody.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say it was pretty short or was it kind of a deep style bag?
Deep style.
Okay. I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm sorry, I'm placing what's been marked for identification in front of you as it's been marked for identification, State's number 3. I'm putting it in front of you. Can you tell me whether you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
That's my bag.
It's a photograph of your bag.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say it's not a really great photo of your bag?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
it kind of crunched up?
Yes, ma'am.
But is that the bag that we're talking about that you were wearing on the night of March 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
And that picture fairly and accurately depicts that bag?
Yes,
At this time, the state would move to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
So at the top of this photograph, we're seeing a hand holding the bag. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not your hand, is it?
No, ma'am.
All right. And then it's kind of crunched up. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
But the strap is sort of a longer strap, and that's what you would have had.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the person that was attacking you was grabbing at the bag in what area of the bag?
Kind of my chest area.
Kind of at your chest. Okay. And were you able to push that person away or get away from them?
I didn't. I didn't fight back.
And was it your understanding that they were trying to get your bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you believe they were trying to hurt you? The jury?
2 African male and 1 white.
Can I have just a moment? You focused on who was attacking you.
I was focused on the person in front of me, ma'am.
Okay. And Luann would have been behind you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the people come out of the car. The person who comes in your direction, do you know what part of the car they got out of?
Passenger side?
Okay. And then other individuals went past you to go to Luann?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you look behind you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it was in your periphery, essentially, with these other people that you believe you saw go past you?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, did the people that went in the direction of Luann, do you know what part of the car they got out of?
I think the back door, the back seats.
Okay. Back seats.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're looking forward, dealing with the person attacking you. Were you able to see Kayla?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did any of the people or occupants from the car go to Kayla?
The driver.
The driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the same person that you've described as being a white male with blue eyes and a bowl cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that individual look like any of the other people that you saw that night?
No, ma'am.
Did they have a distinctive appearance?
They were.
Did they look like different from all of the other people that you saw?
Yeah.
So what happened after the individual attacking you was trying to get your bag? Did anything happen after that?
I heard 3 shots go off.
Did you hear those shots coming from in front of you, behind you, or someplace else?
I don't know.
Is it fair to say it was a pretty hectic
Yes, ma'am.
situation? Okay. After you heard these shots go off, then what happened?
I fell to the ground and just tried to protect my body and myself.
Did you think that you had been shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the person who was attacking you say anything at or around the time that those shots were fired?
I couldn't hear if they did.
Okay. Did they sound like they were communicating with another person, or you just couldn't hear what they said?
I just couldn't hear what they said.
Did the people stay on the scene after the gunshots went off?
No, ma'am.
What happened next?
They fled.
Did everyone get back into the car from the seats that they had gotten out of?
From what I saw, yes, ma'am.
The driver got back in the driver's seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than the driver of the vehicle, did you see anyone with Kayla during this event?
No, ma'am.
Was he the only person from the car that was with Kayla?
From what I saw, yes.
Okay. And so he got back in the driver's seat. The person who was attacking you, did he seem shocked that this gunfire had happened?
Objection, judge, speculation.
I'm asking her to describe.
Oh, well, you can answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything in shock?
He was basically asking,
Objection,
why'd
judge,
you
hearsay.
shoot?
Sustain.
Your Honor, the state would contend it's not hearsay, it's an excited utterance.
All right, approach.
Ms. Wright, between the time that you heard the shots and the occupants of the vehicle got back to their car, can you estimate for the jury how long that time frame was?
No, ma'am.
Was it 20 minutes?
No, ma'am.
Was it 10 minutes?
Maybe the span of 5 minutes.
It took them 5 minutes to leave where you are to get back to the car, or was it seconds?
Seconds.
So in that short amount of time, did the person who was attacking you say anything to the driver of the car?
Yes.
That's hearsay.
Overruled at this point.
You can answer the question. Did he say anything to the driver?
He was asking, why'd you shoot?
Did all of the people who had come out of the car get back into the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened once they got back into the car?
They drove off.
Did they do that slow roll again?
No, ma'am.
Did they drive at a high rate of speed?
They drove at a high rate of speed.
At that point, who was left there at the scene where this occurred?
Just me, Deja, and Kayla.
You said you dropped to the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you kind of check yourself over to see if you'd been shot?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Luann? Did you check
think
in with her?
I made sure she was okay.
And did you check in with Kayla?
Yes.
Was she okay?
No, she was not.
Can you describe for the jury what you saw when you got up to where Kayla was?
She was on the ground bleeding.
What did you do at that point?
We immediately called 911.
And we say we, who called 911?
Luann.
And what did you do while she was calling 911?
I took the phone from her so I could tell the 911 operator where we were at the time.
Was Luann pretty upset?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Kayla awake?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she pretty upset?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Luann having a hard time describing what was going on to the 911 call taker?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you took the phone from Luann, what did Luann do?
She took care of Kayla.
You guys are in high school, right? So limited first aid experience.
Yes, ma'am.
But you all tried to stop the bleeding?
I think Luann tried to.
Did someone from EMS or the police department arrive there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it take a little while for them to get there?
I'd say it took about 10 minutes.
So did EMS arrive or did the officer arrive?
Officer.
Okay. What did he do on his arrival?
He bandaged Kayla up and tried to take care of her, locating exit wounds, all of that.
Would you say that this was a pretty frightening experience that you went through?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there, initially you said you couldn't see all of the people because there was a lot going on, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you feel that, excuse me, I strike that. Once law enforcement arrived, did you try to provide information about what occurred
Yes, ma'am.
as soon as they got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you questioned multiple times by the officers on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide additional information as it came to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Did your mom arrive on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Did Luann's family arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what about Kayla's family?
Yes.
And ultimately, did Kayla's family go to the hospital once she was taken to the hospital by ambulance?
They had to go straight to the hospital because Kayla had already been taken by the EMS.
All right. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Absolutely.
Court. Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Hello. Mhm.
You described at least 3 people getting in the car, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So 3 people?
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I've been called worse. So one person ran up to you, right?
Yes, sir.
One person ran up to Kayla.
Yes, sir.
One person ran up to Luana.
Yes, sir.
And there was also the driver, is that correct?
No. The driver was a group of the 3.
Do you remember giving an interview to Detective Reyes?
Yes.
Do you remember telling them there were 4 people?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you gave that interview to Detective Reyes much closer in time to the event than
Yes.
what happened? Do you remember telling Detective Reyes that you saw the driver run in front of you to where the person who was holding up Kayla was?
I'm sorry, can you get by the microphone? I couldn't hear you.
Do you recall?
Objection is improper impeachment.
I didn't,
The
let
question.
me hear the
asked-
question first.
Do you recall telling Detective Reyes that you saw the driver run in front of you to where the person was already with Kayla?
Who's... No.
No?
No.
Would looking at your interview refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Judge, may I rephrase the question?
Yes.
You saw the driver run in front of the car and go straight to Kayla, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know if that was because he saw the driver saw Kayla fighting with the other dude, your words, or if it was because he knew Kayla.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair?
Yes.
So there was somebody else there with Kayla.
I think so.
told the state on direct that you don't really remember any of the descriptions of the people that were there.
I only remember two,
Which ones did you remember again?
Thomas and Christopher.
Right, so you have the white kid with blue eyes,
Yes,
and then you have is it the person that was holding you up, you think?
yes,
You described him as being in shock, but he had something wrapped around his head, is that true?
yes,
What about the other assailants? Weren't they also wearing masks?
yes,
Do you recall one of them wearing a red shirt with a puppy wrap?
yes,
Right? And he had short rows, like cornrows, or short tight dreads
that stood straight up, yeah.
that stood straight up, like
Yes.
it was head in a ponytail or something?
No, like it was the top of a pineapple.
The top of a pineapple.
Yeah, it stood straight up.
And do you remember the other person, the other assailant, being a dark-skinned black male,
Yes,
all black?
yes,
Was he also wearing a mask?
yes,
So Chris, the guy that was holding you up in the red hoodie,
yes.
was wearing something covering his face,
He was wearing a t-shirt tied around his face.
and the other two gentlemen were wearing masks of some
Yes.
sort. And Thomas wore none.
Yes,
When the car first passed by you, you saw Thomas kind of with his arm on the windowsill,
yes,
and he
sir.
was slowing down to look at you guys. Is that right?
Yes,
And you don't know if it was because he was checking you out, or if he wanted to holler at you, or what.
I would assume to holler or to just be a boy
But you saw that the car was full of people, right?
from what it looked like on the outside. Yes,
Were the back windows tinted?
yes.
Could you see into the back windows?
Not necessarily, no.
But you saw shapes?
Yes,
You testified on direct. Sorry, Judge.
That's okay, I just,
Old habit.
I understand.
I'm sorry. You testified on direct that the guy holding you up makes this statement to the driver. Why'd you shoot? Is that
Yes.
right?
yes.
But isn't it true you don't know who shot Kayla?
At the moment, I didn't.
So that night you don't know who pulled the trigger. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
You heard 3 shots go off.
Yes, sir.
Your ears are ringing.
Yes, sir.
There's a commotion going about.
Yes, sir.
Everyone's yelling at each other.
Yes, sir.
But you can't make out any of the words.
When they were running back to the car, no.
Okay. So if you didn't know that night, and you didn't know during the course of your interview, and you gave me a deposition also, how are you now able to say that Thomas Stein, or the driver, was the shooter? Does that make sense?
Due to previous interviews and taking time on understanding the situation and what happened, I was able to recall my thoughts and make a decision.
Okay. So when the driver, do it again, Judge. When the driver ran up to Kayla and the person that was assailing her, you don't know who pulled the trigger then.
No. No, sir.
But everyone that came out of that car, the 3 men that got out of the car, each one of them had a firearm, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see a firearm in Thomas's hand?
Yes, sir.
What did it look like?
I just saw a firearm. I can't tell you the details.
Right, but you were focused on the firearm that was being held to your face.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You described it as a cowboy gun.
Yes, sir.
Does it have a hammer in the back?
From what it looked like, yes.
So you would have to cock it,
Yes.
right? And it had a wheel like a cylinder?
Yes.
Do you know if the person that was holding you up fired his gun?
No, sir.
You don't know.
He didn't shoot his gun.
How far were you from?
I was right in front of him, directly in front of him, about 2 feet away from him.
Okay, and you were watching him the entire time?
Yes, sir.
But there were 3 men behind you, right? 2 with Kayla, 1 with Luann.
Kayla was in front of me, sir.
Sorry, Kayla was in front of you.
Yes.
Luann was behind you?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you saw the driver go around the front of the car to Kayla and start fighting with both of them?
Objection, sir.
Oh. I'm sorry, finish your question.
Yeah. Did you see the driver come out in front of the car and start tussling with the 2 of them?
I saw the driver go straight for Kayla, not for the person that was already brawling with Kayla.
Have you ever given a different answer?
I think so during my first 2 interviews, but after that I started getting my memory straight and I started getting my thoughts correct.
And then you also gave me a deposition, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Miller was there?
Yes.
And Ms. Wolf was there?
Yes.
We had a court reporter there?
Yes.
You were sworn to tell the truth?
Yes.
Do you recall telling me that he fought the 2 of them? That there was a tussle?
I don't recall, no.
The guy that's in front of you,
Objection, this is improper impeachment.
Sustain.
I haven't finished my question, Judge.
Reading from the
Approach.
Did the person in front of you ever strike you with his gun?
Yes.
Just made it one.
You may. Do you need any water or anything while you're out there? You want water?
Can I use this?
Yes, that's for the witnesses. Somebody, is there water in it? Okay.
Isn't it true that when you were being assaulted by the boy that was holding you up, you went down to your knees?
Yes. Yes,
You
sir.
had scratches and bruises on your elbows and knees?
Yes, sir.
And you lost sight of what was happening in front of you, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true you don't know who pulled the trigger? Like, pulled it?
At the moment, no.
At the moment.
At that time, no, I didn't.
So you're changing your testimony from before at least 3 times to something different today. Is that true?
You asked me this question already. I'm confused.
Which I've asked the court to directly answer the question.
No, she said she's confused. You can ask the question again, or you can rephrase.
You've given 3 different accounts where you said you didn't know who the shooter was, and today you're changing your testimony. Is that correct?
I'm saying the facts, yes.
Judge, I would ask you to answer the question yesterday. Are you changing your testimony?
Well, I think she answered your question.
So you're changing your testimony. Is
I
that
said
correct?
yes.
Before coming up today to testify, did you speak with anyone about your testimony?
No, sir.
You didn't talk to anyone from the state?
No, sir.
You didn't review your statements?
I reviewed them at home. I had my testament at home.
I just want to clarify something. You said that the driver ran around the car and he started fighting with the 2 of them. Is that correct?
You started fighting with Kayla, yes.
No, with the 2 of them.
Started fighting with Kayla.
Okay, was he fighting with anybody else?
No, he was fighting with Kayla.
Have you ever answered that question differently?
At the night that it happened, yes.
Okay. Do you recall getting a deposition from me?
Yes.
Do you remember answering me in that deposition that he was fighting with the 2 of them?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Read, Rick.
Yes, Ms. Wright, I have a couple follow-up questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wheeler asked you if you knew who the shooter was. Did you understand did you find his question confusing based on what's been asked of you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know at the time the name of the shooter?
No, ma'am.
Is that what you thought Mr. Wheeler was asking you here today?
Yes.
Okay. The person who shot Kayla, was that someone who was familiar to you?
No, ma'am.
Wasn't someone known to you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't know that person's name?
No, ma'am.
Did you know of the occupants who got out of the vehicle, which of them shot Kayla?
Yes, ma'am.
Which of the people that was in the car shot Kayla?
The driver, ma'am.
And the driver is the one that you've described as being blonde, white male, blue eyes with a bowl cut. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he the only individual that got out of that car with those features?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time Kayla was shot, Mr. Wheeler's asked you about whether there was somebody else in or around at the area where Kayla was. Was the driver of the car the only person near Kayla, or was there another person near Kayla?
From what I remember, there was only the driver.
And is the person, Kayla was the only person who was shot?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't shot?
No, ma'am.
Luann wasn't shot?
No, ma'am.
You're very specific that the person holding the cowboy-style gun near you did not fire his gun, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Wheeler pointed out that you've given a couple different statements, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you did come in and speak with me before the trial where I gave you a copy of your deposition transcript.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you said you brought home with you to review on your own.
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay that you talked to me about your testimony. I want to make sure that you understand that, and we clear up that you did talk with the attorneys about what testimony you'd give?
Yes, ma'am.
Did any of what you said here today change because of the conversation that we had?
No, ma'am.
Are you testifying because you remember what you said?
It's the same.
Have you changed your answers based on our testimony, based on our conversation?
No, ma'am.
And do you, let me rephrase that. Did you find the questions asked of you during the deposition to be confusing?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the questions asked of you by the law enforcement officers during their interviews?
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking me if I was confused about the questions he was asking me.
Well, I asked about those. Were those confusing questions?
Some of them, yes.
Are you testifying to the best of your ability here today?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Across that
You may.
small area.
Yes.
So if I were to ask you, at some point, you see Thomas run past you to Kayla, there's nothing confusing about that question, right?
Yes.
And if you were to answer, he runs over to Kayla and the person that she's fighting with, there doesn't seem to be any confusion. Right?
Yes.
So when I asked you if you spoke with the state regarding your testimony,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
and you said no, that wasn't accurate. True?
True.
Ms. Wolf has said, we spoke. Oh no, we spoke about your testimony.
Yes, because we did. I just didn't understand what you were asking me.
Okay. Is there anybody else that you spoke with besides Ms. Wolf?
No, sir.
Have you ever said, I don't know who pulled the trigger, I can definitely confirm that?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
No. I don't recall saying that.
I wonder if Judge may approach your deposition.
Yeah.
We're looking at your deposition to refresh your recollection.
Yes.
I'm referring to page 41, line 13. Just do me a favor, start reading on line. You done?
Just yourself.
To yourself. Okay, you done reading?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you recall saying, I don't know who pulled the trigger?
Objection, improper impeachment.
No, it's that he can ask the question.
I can definitely confirm that. You recall saying that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge Stein.
Okay. Anything else? All right, you can step down. And she can be released. Any objection? Very well, she's released. State and call their next witness.
The state calls Leanne DeJeff. Yeah, approach the photograph.
Next. Ma'am, if you will just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear to.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, we'll take the stand. Just watch your step. And just make sure you stay close to the microphone and speak up loudly and clearly and distinctly so we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Luann Deja, and I'm 18 years old.
Luann, could you spell your first and last name for the record?
LouanndejaiE.
You said you're 18. When is your birthday?
December 17th, 2007.
Do you go to school currently?
Yes,
Where do you go to school?
I'm a senior at Cape Coral High School.
Are you about ready to graduate?
Yes.
Do you know someone by the name of Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to just put State's Exhibit 2 up, which was already introduced. Is
And
this
if you'll
Kay-
raise your volume a little bit, it'd be helpful.
Yes, I
Thank you.
do. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And is that Kayla your friend?
Yes.
How long have you known Kayla?
I've known her since Hector Caprad Elementary School.
Okay. And is that where the two of you met?
Yes.
Have you been friends with her since she was in elementary school?
Yes.
I want to take you back to March 17th of 2024. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
I think it was a Saturday night.
Okay. Could it have been a Sunday?
Yes.
You typically go out on Sunday nights?
At that time I did. Yes.
Okay. And did you have school the next day?
It had been spring break, so no.
And on that day, March 17th, did you make any plans?
I had talked about going to the beach with my friends, and I had wanted to go to the movies.
Okay. Did you end up going to the beach with your friends?
It was plans for the day after the movies, so no.
So that was something you were going to do the next day?
Yes.
And who did you make plans to go to the movies with?
I made plans with my friend Val or Emma. I made plans with Kayla and Edward.
Okay. And who is Edward?
Edward is my friend that I met freshman year.
And was Edward friends with Kayla also?
Yes, we had some classes together and had hung out briefly.
Now, you mentioned you've been friends with Kayla since elementary school.
Yes.
Do you know how well Emma and Kayla knew each other?
They had only hung out once before that night, and it was with me as well.
And how long had you known Emma? I think you may have called her Val. How long had you known her?
I had known her since maybe 7th grade.
When you made plans to go to the movie, which movie theater did you decide to go to?
We decided to go to Marquee Cinemas.
How did you end up getting to Marquee Cinema?
I had asked my older brother for a ride.
And did he give you a ride to the movie theater?
Yes.
And who else did he, if anybody, did he give a ride to a movie theater that night?
Me and Emma had gotten ready together at the house while Kayla was on the phone, so he had brought me and Emma over there to meet Kayla at Marquise.
Okay. So Kayla did not ride in the car with you.
No.
Did she end up meeting up with you?
Yes, she did.
Was she on time to the movies?
We had already gotten some popcorn and had grabbed our seats while waiting for her, so there was a little wait, but she didn't miss much of the movie, no.
Okay. When she arrived, did you go to meet her, or how did she know where to find you?
She had texted me that she was there,
Okay.
and I went to go and grab her from the bathroom where she had been waiting.
Do you know if she had a ticket to get into the movie?
She did.
She did have a ticket?
Or she had snuck into the movies, actually, and I had met her in the bathroom to come and sneak her in.
Did she have enough money to get into the movies that night?
She had a little change that I think she had been saving just for an emergency or something.
So did the three of you watch the movie together?
We did,
And that was you, Emma, and Kayla?
yes.
Was there anybody else with you that you knew at the movies?
No, that night Edward wasn't able to make it.
After the movie let out, where did you go?
We had went out back to behind Marquee Cinema.
And why did you go out back?
We were talking about the movie
Okay.
and smoking.
All right, what were you smoking?
It was a vape pen.
Okay. Did you each have your own vape pen, or were you all sharing one?
We were sharing.
How long would you say you stayed behind the movie theater?
We had stayed there thinking about what to do next. And I think that it was maybe 15 minutes.
What did you decide to do?
We then proceeded towards, we walked over towards the side of the plaza, and we were just still thinking about what to do. And we were thinking about maybe getting something to eat.
Where did you decide to go to get something to eat?
As we were walking down the street, we saw Chipotle and we saw Starbucks, and Emma didn't want Chipotle, and Starbucks was closed, so we had just said, let's walk down to McDonald's.
And how far would you say McDonald's was from the theater?
I would say that it was a long walk.
But it was close enough that you were able to walk.
Yes.
And did you take a side street to get there?
We went in the back street that was kind of the back street where Chipotle and Starbucks had kind of connected to.
And would that have been somewhat of a shortcut to McDonald's, or why did you decide to take that side street?
It was more of a shortcut and convenient. We didn't think too much about it.
All right. And as you were walking, can you just describe to the jurors how you were together or how you were walking?
We were walking side by side.
What were you doing when you were walking down the street?
We were laughing and just talking about random things. And at one point, before we continued walking, I had took pictures. We had took some pictures on her phone,
When you say her phone, whose phone are you talking about?
Kayla's phone.
Describe what kind of pictures you were taking.
I had told her to go underneath the streetlight and to do a runway. And it was just a picture that, I knew that she could be able to have posted maybe the next day.
On some kind of social media account?
Yes.
And when you say runway, what do you mean by runway?
I just remember
laughing and, telling her to, treat it like her runway, and that, that you look so good.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Before I approach, you said that you were using Kayla's phone to take these runway clips or videos.
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states Exhibit 5.
All right. There's Kleenex up there, and there's water if you need it.
Leanne, I'm approaching you and showing you states Exhibit 5 is your disc. Are these your initials on this disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court yesterday to watch this video and see and recognize what was on it?
Yes.
And what did you recognize this video to be?
I recognized that it was the photos I had taken of her that night.
Are these the runway clips that you were just talking to jurors about?
Yes.
And these were that night as you were walking to McDonald's?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I the state would seek to move Exhibit 5 into evidence.
All right, objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
We're going to start moving in with this first file on the disk. It says IMG_7134.
If you could stay by the microphone too, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you. And then, Luann, we're going to play video 2.
We already know what the deal is.
In this clip, we see Kayla, and it looks like she has a white purse. Is that the purse she was carrying that night?
Yes.
And she has like a black strapless top that is just directly above her breast line. Is that what she was wearing that night?
Yes.
And it might be hard to see in the photograph, but what kind of shoes was she wearing?
She had on some green Converse.
Thank you. Now, when you were taking these photos and videos, were there other people around that you noticed?
At that moment, no. It had just been me and Emma.
Okay. So it was just the three of you that you saw at that time?
Yes.
You just mentioned taking these videos under a street light. What was the lighting like on this road?
It wasn't, I think it was maybe the last street light before the road had gone completely dark without any street lights.
Were there some buildings along this road? Businesses?
I think I remember seeing a Waffle House on the side of the street after those plazas, and maybe a tire place, but it was mainly just empty.
And anything that would have been there, any businesses that you passed, like the tire place, would those have been closed?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm going to show defense counsel Exhibit 15. Luann, I'm approaching you with State's Exhibit 15, and it's a video from one of those businesses. Did you have the opportunity to watch this video?
Yes.
And did you recognize anybody on the video?
Yes.
Who did you recognize on the video?
I recognized me, Emma, and Kayla walking.
Your Honor, at this time, and this was right before this was as you're walking toward the McDonald's.
Yes.
At this time, the state removed 15 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? No objection. Be admitted, you can publish.
I'm going to wait to publish this video, if I may.
Okay.
Now, as you're walking, did you notice anything or anybody?
We noticed a SUV driving slowly next to us.
Okay, and why did you notice it?
I noticed this because we had all made eye contact with the driver.
And what did the driver, if you could just describe the driver's appearance?
I noticed a blonde hair with a bowl cut and light eyes that were like blue.
Did you recognize him? Did you know him at all?
No,
When you saw the driver of the car, were you able to see any of the people that were inside of the car?
I had noticed shadows inside of the car.
Were you able to see clearly enough in the car to have any kind of good description of who might be in the car?
I could notice someone leaning from the back seat
Okay.
to kind of see us, or maybe they were talking to the driver.
All right. But as far as giving a good description of that person, are you able to give a good description from that moment when you looked into the car?
No,
Did the car end up driving past you?
the car did drive past us slowly.
And did you ever see that car again?
Yes,
Tell the jurors when you saw that car again.
after we had brushed off the car and thought it was just a group of people checking us out, we were walking, and maybe with halfway more of a walk, we were stopped by a car that had met us, that had caught us abruptly as we were walking from our right side.
And what happened then?
I remember the headlights flashing, and I remember seeing all 4 car doors open of the vehicle. And I remember thinking, if this was a prank or something, but then I heard someone shout, "Give us all your money."
When you heard somebody shout, "Give us all your money," did you still think it was a prank?
At that point, I was scared, and I just wanted to say anything to deflect the situation, so automatically I started screaming, "We don't have anything."
And were you carrying a purse on you that night?
I did have a little handbag.
And how were you holding that handbag?
I had the bag underneath my arm, tucked under, as I was walking.
What color was your handbag?
It It had a pattern of brown and light brown.
What happened after you yelled that you didn't have anything?
After I had been held at gunpoint, the driver had ran across the car along with the person that had me at gunpoint. And I just remember not being able to make anything out in the dark.
I want to stop you right there. After you yell back, the next thing you said is somebody was holding you at gunpoint.
Yes.
Describe to the jurors what that person looked like that you recall.
This person had on a red hoodie.
A red hoodie?
Yes.
Was there anything else you noticed about the red hoodie?
It may have seemed like he had a ski mask underneath the hoodie that had been covering his eyes, and I could only see his skin color in his eyes.
What color was his skin?
It was a black person.
All right. And you saw the gun in his hand?
Yes.
How quickly did this all happen?
This happened quicker than I could process.
So as soon as those doors open, does it happen right away that somebody has a gun to you?
Yes.
And you said you saw the driver going toward Kayla, is that correct?
Yes, I saw the driver and the person that had me at gunpoint. They had went over to where Emma and Kayla were.
Okay. And were you focused on any of the people? You said the car doors open and people got out. Who would you say that you were most focused on?
I'd say that the quick glance of the driver running across the vehicle, and I could see his hair and his skin.
Was he the only white person that you saw get out of the car?
It was hard to make out all the other shadows that were in the dark, but I had maybe thought that maybe they were Hispanic.
So the shadows you thought were Hispanic, so darker skin than white?
Yes.
And did you see them attempting to grab any bags that night?
I was trying to see what was going on, and the only thing I could think about was feeling something, a bullet go through me. I was really scared, and I was trying to comprehend everything going on, and at the same time I was just in the dark and clueless.
Was this something completely unexpected?
Yes.
And was it highly emotional?
Yes.
When the guy in the red hooded jacket came towards you with the firearm, did he ever fire it at you?
He never approached me. He just held me at gunpoint, and I don't know why, but I was left alone, and they ran over to Emma and Kayla.
Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, can we brief sidebar?
Okay.
I don't recall what I just asked you, so I'm gonna go back to my questions and see. You mentioned your focus was on the person that had the gun towards you
Yes.
and the driver.
Yes.
But did you also testify you believe there were other people that got out of the car as well?
Yes.
And you said they were shadowy, but you recall there were more than just the two of them.
Yes.
And do you recall them trying to take Emma and Kayla's bag?
Yes.
And did you hear anything else besides the statements that they gave? Any other noises?
Any other noises? No.
You mentioned that you were afraid they were going to shoot you.
Yes.
Did you ever hear any shots fired?
Yes.
How many shots do you believe you heard?
I remember hearing 3 shots.
And once you heard those shots, what happened next? What did you do?
I was still frozen, and Emma had told me Kayla had gotten shot.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's fine. You can say that. What did you hear Emma say?
Emma had told me Kayla had gotten shot.
Okay. And so what did you do when you learned that Kayla had been shot?
Once I had snapped back, I remember seeing Kayla let herself down on the ground, and I ran over to her.
And at this point when you ran over to her, was the car still there?
No.
Had everybody in the car all gone away from the scene?
Yes.
What happened when you went over to Kayla? What did you see?
I saw her letting herself down on the ground and laying down.
What did you do next?
I was really confused at first, and I didn't want to believe it. But she was panicking.
How did you know she was panicking? Was she saying or doing anything that made you believe she was panicking?
She was just like, I just got shot. And I just remember telling her it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. And I just didn't want to believe it.
Did you end up did you see where she had been shot?
Yes.
And were you able to try to help give her any kind of aid?
I had been trying to keep pressure on the wound.
And how did you try to keep pressure on the wound?
I had my hand on her chest, and I didn't realize where the wound was.
Did anyone call 911?
I had tried to call 911, but my hands were shaking so bad that Emma said that she would do it. So she got on that immediately when she saw that I was struggling.
Whose phone was used to call 911?
I think she had used my phone because we were using Kayla's phone. I had Kayla unlock her phone, and she had told me to make phone calls for her.
So you had Kayla's phone. Did you try to make any phone calls for her?
She had told me to call Tati,
And who is Tati?
her sister.
Did you try to call Tati?
Yes.
Were you able to get through to her?
I don't remember. I don't think so the first time.
Did you make any other phone calls for Kayla?
I think her grandma.
During this time, was Kayla still able to communicate with you?
Yes.
At some point, did you or anybody on the scene have a conversation with Kayla's mom?
I think Kayla was talking to her mom.
At some point, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes.
And did the police arrive before the ambulance did?
Yes.
Once the police arrived, did they take over for helping Kayla?
The ambulance had taken over.
And when they took over, what did you do?
I was still by her side, but I think the first corresponding officer, he was trying to help her, so I had to step aside.
Did you get to go in the ambulance with her to the hospital?
No.
Did you stay on scene?
Yes.
Do you know if other people stopped on the scene to try to help as well? Or were you even aware?
No. I just remember there being a lot of people.
And all those people that you remember, were those people around or near the scene when Kayla was shot?
I think that they were neighbors coming outside.
So other people came to the scene, but they weren't there when Kayla was shot.
Yes.
When police started arriving, did they talk to you to try to find out what you saw and what happened?
Yes.
Were you still in a state of shock at that time?
I was frantic, and all I could think about was my friend in the ambulance. But I did try my best, and I just told them about just had, you know,
And so you gave a description of what you could recall to the detectives or the police that were on scene?
yes,
And at some point when you were talking to them, did you learn that Kayla had died at the hospital?
I had found out the next morning.
So at that time when she was taken to the hospital, you had no idea that she had passed?
No, I had raced to the hospital to try and see if I could be there and wait for her to wake up. But the hospital told me that it was only family allowed.
When did you race to the hospital?
After being on the crime scene for maybe an hour or two.
So at some point you went to the hospital and you weren't allowed in to see Kayla?
Yes,
Did you also then meet with detectives and give additional statements about things that you could remember?
yes,
After this incident happened, after the shooting happened, did you and Emma get together and talk and try to remember together what had happened?
yes. And we had both asked each other, you know, if we thought that we were crazy or not.
So you discussed what you recall and did you actually at some point both drop out of school or stay home for school for a time?
Yes,
Oh,
We have a moment, Your Honor. Did you ever get to see Kayla before she passed?
no,
I have nothing further in terms of the witness.
Ms. Wheeler, you may cross-examine.
We're almost there. It's okay. Do you need a moment to kind of gather yourself?
no. Thank you.
When you saw this car drive by you, the car slowed down from like 25 miles an hour down to 5, right? They were just rolling past you, right?
Yes,
And the only person that was looking at you guys squarely was the driver. Do you agree with that?
yes,
There's a white guy, blue eyes, blonde hair, dirty blonde hair.
yes,
That car goes down the street, makes a U-turn, comes back at you, and kind of parks the car in front of you, right?
I never saw that.
You didn't see that? When the car came upon you guys, how were you standing? Do you recall? Sorry, I've been told by the court not to speak into the microphone.
Could you re-ask that question?
Sure. When the car approached you the second time, do you remember how you were standing in the street?
We were on the left side, which had more of the empty land.
Was that more towards Del Prado or towards the neighborhood?
More towards Del Prado,
So you're on the west side of the street.
yes.
You saw all 4 doors open,
Yes,
right? You were held up by a person in a red hoodie and a ski mask, right?
yes,
You could see that he was black.
yes.
Was he wearing any gloves?
No,
Do you know from where in the car he came from?
where the car came from?
No, do you know, did you see him get out of the driver's side rear?
The red hoodie?
Yes.
Yes,
Right, so he was sitting behind the driver,
yes.
correct? When you got together with Val, you were asking yourselves, are we crazy? Why were you saying, are we crazy?
Because there had only been 2 arrests made, and I just remember feeling hassled by a big group of people. A big group of, it just looked like many, it seemed like they were shorter than us almost. But we could tell that it was just young boys. So we just knew we had been ambushed.
Were you ever told that it was only 2 people?
I have been told that that's all the evidence that they've been able to connect.
And that was Miss Miller from the state that told you that, is that correct?
Yes.
When everyone was running back towards the car, you remember someone yelling, "Why did you shoot?"
I just remember hearing a why and yelling, just shouting. And it was only when they got into the car, like us closing the door, because I just remember when they ran off, it was just silent and quick.
Of the 4 people that were there was 1 person with a mask. Is that true? There's only 1 person without a mask.
I'd like to... I don't believe so.
There was more than 1 person without a mask?
I think that there's another person with the mask or something covering their face.
So how many people with masks did you see, or something covering their face? Were there 3?
I would say 2.
At least 2? The driver wasn't wearing a mask.
No.
You saw him plain as day.
Yes.
Judge, if I have a moment, please. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
You read it?
Yes, thank you, Ernie. Luann, you talked about that you and Emma believe there were definitely more than 2 people there that night, correct?
Yes.
And you met with me and wanted to know why more people hadn't been arrested, is that correct?
Yes.
And we explained at this point the only
Objection, Judge,
evidence.
Counsel's
Ooh.
testifying.
Oh, at this point.
And you, I believe, just said that I told you that's all the evidence they've been able to connect, and they being the detectives, is that right?
Yes.
And have you spoken to the detective about the investigation?
Yes.
And has your mom also spoken to the detectives?
Yes.
And were you told to come in here and tell the truth about everything?
Judge, hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, it's,
An improper bolster.
Sustained.
and did you come in here today and tell the jurors what you remember from that night?
Yes.
And was that influenced by the number of arrests that were made?
No.
Okay. And was that influenced by anything anybody told you?
No.
Are you telling the jurors what it is that you, Luann, remembered from that night?
Yes.
You have a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor. I'd ask that she be released.
All right, any objection?
Judge, 1 moment.
All right, you can sit down. Any objection to being released?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, you're released from your seat. You can call your next witness.
The state calls Brian Gum.
And while we're doing that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if at any time any of you decide you need to have a comfort break or anything, just let Mr. Talbot know and he'll let me know. Okay? Go ahead. Do you want to take a break? All right, we'll take a short recess then. Send you back to the jury room. It's for about,
All rise.
about 10 minutes. And just leave your notepads on your chairs. Let the record reflect jury's exited the courtroom. We'll come back in 10 minutes. Yes, sir?
Judge, do we want to address our claim that there's a Richardson violation?
Sure, go ahead.
Testimony of Ms. Wright.
Yes, go ahead.
Judge, so after having sent the deposition of Ms. Wright, clearly saying that she doesn't know who the shooter is, going through her testimony to the interviews with law enforcement, clearly saying she doesn't know who the shooter is. After meeting with Ms. Wolf, she suddenly knows who the shooter is, but that has never been disclosed to the defense. Judge, that's Richardson. That's a Richardson violation. Judge, we have Stein versus Evans, 770, 7th 1174.
Can you say it again, sir?
Sure. State versus Evans, 770, 7th 1174. So the witness claimed not to see anything, and there was a change in their testimony, and the court found that was a Richardson violation. So I would ask the court, at this point, there's only, we can't unring that law. So we would be moving for a mistrial.
Okay. Any grounds for the mistrial are?
At this point, the defense has been ambushed with this change in testimony. We were caught off guard. It was made deliberately to embarrass the defense. I've already given my opening statement, Judge, clearly stating that neither witness knows who the shooter is. And yet Ms. Wolf was able to produce this witness at the 11th hour saying, suddenly, Thomas Stein is the shooter, or the driver was the shooter.
Okay. All right. State?
The state did not ask Emma Wright to identify Thomas Stein in the lease. We did not ask her to do that. We asked her to describe the driver of the car, who she said is the one who shot Kayla Rincon-Miller. That's exactly what she did. She said that in previous statements. To suggest that this is an ambush because the defense never knew that that was a possibility, it simply misstates what the evidence is in discovery. And further, Mr. Wheeler's gone to great lengths with Ms. Wright to emphasize that she's given multiple statements. She's given various accounts, and the state took that into account when asking her questions. If the court will recall during opening, I emphasized the fact that these girls were going to talk about their perceptions that night, and they were under the heat and duress of a traumatic event. This is not new information. There's not a Richardson violation, so I'd ask the court to find that this is something that's been in the defense possession that the state did not withhold.
Okay,
So there's
let me
not-
ask you, just to make that clear, what you just said. In her prior statements, had she ever said she did, or that the driver was the shooter in her prior statements?
That the driver is the one who went to Kayla and that the driver's the one who shot.
Okay, so that was disclosed in the statements. Hold on.
I'm looking at the,
I'll tell you when it's your turn, I promise. And I'll give you your turn.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, not talking to you, I'm talking to Mr. Wheeler.
I know that Mr. Wheeler was referring to Ms. Wright's deposition, and I'll look through that again as well.
Well, so then the next question is, if it's not in her prior statements, but then in her discussion with you, if her testimony changes said the driver was the shooter, was that disclosed to the defense? Or did she do that when she was with you, first of all?
No, it was
Okay.
it was consistent with what she said in the deposition.
Wait. Did she disclose to you when she talked with you that she now believed that the driver was the shooter?
That the driver was the shooter?
No, did you know that she was going to say that before she came and got on the stand? And if so, did you tell the defense that?
She said she's discussed with us that there was one white person and that the white person is the one who went to Kayla Rincon. Today,
That's not my question.
okay, but
My
I'm
question is, did
explaining
she
that
tell
that's
you-
what she said, and today she described the white person as being the driver.
That's fine. Did she tell you, though, what she said on the stand today, that the driver was the shooter?
She did not use those words to me previously. I'm just confirming with Ms. Willer because we've met with her together and I don't want to misspeak. That was not... I'm struggling because there's nothing inconsistent about what she said, so I'm trying to parse out...
I'm not asking you to parse out anything. I'm just asking you if she told you when you met with her that now what she said on the stand, she kind of collected her thoughts and that she now remembers that the driver was the shooter.
No. May I have just a moment, please?
If you need some time to go back and look at your statements or what have you, I can give you some time. I can go upstairs and come back and I'll give you your journal. So you need a moment to look through your notes? or-
No, what we're just discussing is trying to make sure that we understand. She didn't, excuse me, her statement was that she took time to reflect. So she even said that on the stand,
Right.
not before now. So I'm confirming that that wasn't something that she directly said to us. It wasn't something no, the
What do
answer
you-
is no.
Okay.
What she
You
said
said
on the stand.
directly.
No, she didn't say that to us. What she
Okay.
said on the stand today about, I had the time to reflect and I know now, I believe this, I'm trying to think.
So is that also the first time you've heard that?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, our theory of, yes.
Okay. All right.
Judge, I'm sorry, but I think the state is trying to dance around the subject of what they were told by this witness and when they learned that she was going to say that Thomas Stein or the driver was the shooter.
She never said Thomas Stein was the shooter.
Correct, she said the driver was the shooter.
Okay.
So,
And you're saying that's not contained in any of the prior statements?
never. Has never said that. And in fact, like I cross-drawn, she is with 100% certainty, she doesn't know who the shooter is.
Okay.
I don't know
Let me
how
go-
that's consistent with what she's testified.
I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna give you all some time to look at your notes
Thank
and
you.
statements, and I'll come back down and we'll continue this.
All rise.
Judge, I'm sorry, one last thing that
Wait, your client's here. Everybody's present.
Chris, thank you. During the state's opening statement, she said one of the witnesses said that she saw the driver shoot. I believe that's what was said.
Oh, okay. Let me go upstairs. Y'all can-
Be seated. In that right.
All right. For the record, the state's present, defense counsel, and the defendant are present.
I had time to speak with defense counsel. We discussed the fact of what I said in opening. I want to clarify that what I said in opening, it is what it is. I said that you'll hear the perceptions of the girls, including Emma Wright and Luann DeJay, about who the driver was and who the other parties were, and that there were multiple people. I also indicated that they would say that the driver went to Kayla and that the driver is the one who shot Kayla. I said that in opening. I believe that my intention was to construe that they're giving you their perceptions and that the person that was the driver that went to her is the one who shot her. They're I don't want to speak for them, but their belief is that I spoke with Emma Wright at some point beforehand where she said that to me, and she affirmatively did not say that to me. I confirmed with her even after openings when they were all here yesterday. I took a witness in the room. She gives multiple statements because it's an evolving event, as the court could see from her testimony today. And I asked her about how many people went to Kayla, what their appearance was. She still confirms there were at least 4 people who were present. I assured her she has to tell the truth about what she believes she saw, so that was always going to come out. And I also asked her, did she see a gun in the driver's hand? Because both Ms. Miller and I wanted to confirm if we were going to be able to have a witness specifically say a gun was in the driver's hand. And Emma explicitly said absolutely not. I was focused on the person who was attacking me. Those were her words. She never said that she saw a driver with the gun in his hand. So obviously it's not that she's saying she saw him shot. I watched the video, we pulled it up. I did make that a statement that implies that in my opening. I take that, but I contend there wasn't a misrepresentation on behalf of the state. I'll take a step back. There wasn't a Richardson violation because this isn't information that has ever been said until she took the stand today. And I even would caution that the way it was presented from her today, the questions about, did you know who the shooter was? And she says, not at the time. There was a lot of back and forth, and it was confusing for her because I do believe she thinks that when defense is asking her, do you know who the shooter is? She's looking across at who's been arrested. She admitted she's been watching the media coverage. She's not agreeing that, she's not going to say that it's Thomas Stein who's the shooter because that's what she learned since it happened. So I just think that there's been some confusion, and coloring it in a way that it's been disingenuous is possible, but I'm representing to the court that is simply not what happened. And I did bring my witness coordinator in the room with me when I had that conversation with Ms. Wright yesterday. Just, I can present that testimony if you'd like.
Okay.
Just to be clear, Ms. Wright has never stated that she saw who pulled the trigger or who shot Kayla Rincon-Miller.
And I want to be specific because the issue, as narrowly defined as I can see, is has she ever said that the driver was the shooter? Because that's what she said today.
Correct.
Okay.
She has never said that, Judge.
Okay, and the state agrees with that?
In any interviews with
No,
law
she-
enforcement,
yes.
and any depositions with me, she has never said that that the driver was the shooter.
Okay.
And as the girls have identified Thomas Stein as the driver, or they indicated that the driver was a white male with blue eyes and blonde hair, the only one in the car.
Certainly.
I think it's pretty plain that they're trying to say that Thomas Stein is the shooter. Judge, this is a Richardson, this is a discovery violation.
Well, hold on one second. Because I didn't hear the answer when I asked about it. But this, in your contention, and I understand what you're saying, is this is the first time when she was on the stand that you ever heard her say the driver was the shooter.
That's correct, Judge.
So I'm narrowly defining it.
That's correct.
Is this the first, Ms. Wolf, I'm sorry, is this the first time the state has heard this witness say the driver was the shooter?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, that cannot be possible because in her opening statement yesterday to these jurors, Ms. Wolf indicated that she saw that the girls saw the driver pass in front of her, go to Kayla, and shoot.
Okay.
Judge, I would ask the court to inquire of the state when they learned this information, because it's at least yesterday afternoon.
I think what she's saying, and I'll ask, when was the first time you heard that witness say the driver is the shooter?
What she said on the stand today is the first time that I've heard that. But our notes don't represent that she actually said the driver is the shooter. Like Ms. Miller was taking notes about what the testimony was, but her placing it that the driver is the shooter, this is the first time that she said that, yes.
Okay.
Judge, can I play the opening? It's on YouTube.
I remember the opening, and I've heard the state's explanation of the opening. She's saying that what her implication on saying that a witness is going to say that the driver was the shooter was not emanating from what this witness testified to today. It was emanating from the reasonable inferences drawn from what they've said in their other statements. That's how I took it.
Yes, Your Honor, that's what the state's position is.
Okay.
Nothing in the witness's statements indicate that, Judge. I can blanketly say that at least they don't know who the shooter is. It could have been the person in front of Kayla. It could have been the driver when he walked up to the two of them. Either one.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been either one. Judge, at this point, at the very least, since yesterday afternoon, they learned this was going to happen because those words came out of Ms. Wolf's mouth. The state has danced around directly answering the court's question, what did the witness tell you in preparing for the trial? Ms. Wolf keeps saying, well, she never said those exact words. But obviously, Judge, there was a change in the testimony that would allow her to make a statement saying, we know who the shooter is, right? These girls can identify the shooter. They saw the shooter.
Okay. I'll ask directly. Was there any change in testimony in the witness's statements to you in pretrial that changed her testimony as to her in any way identifying the driver as the shooter? Is that broad enough to, Mr. Wheeler?
Judge, I would make it even broader.
Or more specific enough? I mean,
I would make it broader. Did she ever change her testimony from, I don't know who the shooter is, to, I can now identify the shooter?
that's fair.
No.
Okay.
This case has always been a circumstantial case.
I just need the answer to the question.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your
It's
Honor.
okay. So the representation for the state is that she never changed her testimony from I don't know who the shooter is to I can identify the shooter as the driver.
Correct.
Okay.
But Judge, how can the state then come back and start questioning the witness? Well, your perception that night, right? It was a little fuzzy, and everything was so exciting, and making these excuses for her change in testimony, kind of preloading that into their direct examination in anticipation of what was going to come out of her mouth. How is that possible? How is this not a discovery violation, Judge?
Well,
They were preparing for it since at least yesterday.
I've heard your arguments and I've heard the state's representations in that regard. At this point, I accept the state's representations that there was no change in testimony that was given to the state prior to starting the trial, prior to the witness taking the stand. Other than, the inferences that you've drawn from the state's statement and opening and indicated some kind of questioning leading up to it, you believe it's different than the representation by the state. But I don't have any evidence to show otherwise at this point. So I accept the state's representation. Anything else?
Judge, at this point, I would ask the court to conduct a Richardson hearing to see if it was willful or inadvertent. To see.
At this point, what was the state in possession of that was not disclosed?
Judge, it's the defense's position that they were obviously in possession of this change of testimony before putting her on the stand and before giving her opening statement.
Okay, I understand that's your opinion of it. The state's made representations; they're officers of the court, and I have no reason to not accept their representation at this point.
But it flies in the face of common sense. How can they one, make a statement to these jurors of what these witnesses saw, and then secondly, ask the question, who shot Kayla? It was the driver.
That was not how the testimony played out, is my recollection. Either the question or the answer.
Well, regardless, Judge, asking her what she had seen based upon her, air quotes, perception, and her perception's her testimony, Judge.
All right, so I've heard the arguments of counsel on this. I've heard the representations from the state. I find that there's not a Richardson violation, and that therefore a Richardson hearing is not necessary. As far as the motion for mistrial, I find that it is not manifestly necessary to declare a mistrial. I don't believe that the statements made by the witness and cross-examined and impeached by the defense would vitiate the fairness of this trial, and so I deny the motion for mistrial. All right. State and call our next witness. Or wait, we got to get the jury in. Yes.
Jurors entering.
Okay. All right, please be seated. And we all stand for you also. Whenever you get to your seats, you can sit down. Okay. Okay.
You are sure.
No, well, now you're sure, okay? Yeah, you all are who we're standing for, okay? All right, state and call the next witness.
The state calls Brian Gum.
All right, sir. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you take the stand.
Name Clark.
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Hi, I'm Brian Gum. I'm a sergeant with the Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you been a sergeant with Cape Coral?
I've been a sergeant now coming up on 4 years.
And how long have you been employed by Cape Coral?
In August, it will be 20 years for me.
What type of training and experience do you have?
I have basically most of the standard curriculum for the law enforcement. Most of my career has been on road patrol. Did a stint on the Marine unit. Currently with the Community Resources Bureau, which is for the SROs.
And what are SROs?
Student Resource Officers.
Okay. Did you work anywhere prior to working for Cape Coral Police Department?
No, I did not. Not in law enforcement.
All right. What did you do prior to law enforcement?
I was a mechanic.
Were you working back on March 17th of 2024?
I was.
What capacity?
I was a supervisor for road patrol on the night shift.
And did you get assigned to a call at some point?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of the call you were assigned?
I got assigned to a call that was a shooting.
And how did you become involved with that call?
I was a South supervisor, and this happened in the Central District. So the Central District supervisor requested some assistance, so I came up there to assist her.
Where did you go?
I went initially to the scene and spoke with that supervisor.
Okay. And did you stay on the scene?
Very briefly,
Where did you go from there?
I went to Gulf Coast Hospital.
When you got to that scene, what was, if you can just describe to the jurors kind of what was going on in the scene at that time?
When I got to the scene, the ambulance was just pulling away. We were trying to set up the perimeter around the scene, get everything down. We're just moving some pieces around, but it was still pretty raw.
Okay. Were there a lot of people milling about?
I don't recall the exact, I mean, I noticed some of our guys walking around, but as far as civilians and stuff, I don't think I remember too many other people there.
Okay. And had it been, crime scene tape been put up at that point when you were there?
I did see some crime scene tape, yes.
And why did you go to Gulf Coast Hospital?
Because that's where the victim went, and we need to keep someone with the victim.
Did you know the extent of her injury when you went to the hospital?
No, I did not know the extent of her injury when I got there.
Did you know that did you have any idea that it was a life-threatening injury?
Well, I knew it was of serious nature because Gulf Coast Hospital is the trauma hospital, so that's where all the trauma alerts go to Gulf Coast. So obviously it's a shooting and they're going to Gulf Coast, so I knew it was a very serious nature.
What happened when you arrived to Gulf Coast Hospital?
When I got there, I went into the trauma bay, and I kind of got there just after the ambulance had got there. So when I arrived in the trauma bay, they were just pushing Kayla into the trauma ward.
About how many employees of the hospital were there in the trauma bay?
There was a lot. I mean, for sure there was 2 surgeons I saw. There was a lady with a cart, I assume was an anesthesiologist. There was a number of nurses and other staff. A number guessing would be 20 to 30.
And were they all there to attend to Kayla?
Yeah, she was the only one in the trauma bay.
What did you do when you saw all these people surrounding Kayla?
At that point, I'm just keeping eyes on her and just trying to keep my detectives updated at the scene. So I kind of just stood back and just stood there and let them work.
At some point, did they move Kayla out of the trauma bay?
Yeah, at some point, and my best guess time frame would be 15 minutes or so. They did move her into the surgery room, which is double doors. Obviously, it's a sterile environment, so I can't go in there. So at that point, I had lost contact with Kayla as she went back into surgery.
And so prior to her going into surgery, were there multiple people around her, touching her, attending to her, trying to help save her life?
Yeah, I mean, liken it to like a mob scene around her. It was a lot of things going on.
Where did you go once Kayla was wheeled back into the operating room?
I met my victim's advocate from the police department, Brandy, and we went into a private room. And then the family, Kayla's mom, dad, and her sister joined us in that room.
And what happened when you met with them?
Initially, they came in. To be honest, I don't think they understood the gravity of the situation based on the conversations and their demeanor. So I kind of just sat there quietly, let the victim's advocate speak to them. I was just trying to figure out where we were going to go with this.
So was it your understanding that they really had no information about what had happened to Kayla as far as how serious it was?
Based on what I saw in the trauma bay and what was happening, and then their reaction when they came in the room, yeah, I don't think they understood the gravity of the situation.
Okay. And you said that you met also with the victim advocate who was there with the family.
Correct.
Is that a standard protocol that Cape Coral Police Department follows?
Yeah, we always get, if you have family members, they're trained, they have training that I don't have. So they come and they help deal with the family and get them through these kinds of processes.
Okay. And did anybody end up coming into the room as you were waiting with the family?
Not into the private room. I think someone from the hospital came in at some point and then directed us to a larger waiting area.
Do you know approximately how long you waited in that private room before you were taken to this larger area?
It would be a guess, but I would probably say in the area of 20 to 25 minutes.
And what happened as you were sitting out in that larger waiting area?
So we were moved, so someone from the hospital came in and said, hey, we will move you over to a different area. So at Gulf Coast Hospital, there's a big waiting room, it's like an atrium. And so we all went into the atrium. We were the only ones in the atrium, and we sat there for another I mean, it felt like it was, to me, that felt at that point like 30 to 45 minutes. We were kind of sitting there waiting. I know they had a couple of their friends join them, and then at some point, then the surgeons came out and talked to us
Okay, and what did you learn from the surgeons?
that Kayla had passed.
And what was the family's reaction when they learned that?
Very explosive.
And what did you do upon learning this information?
Just try to do what I could do to be there for them.
Okay. Did you go anywhere with the family?
Yep, after we kind of got through that process, one of the nurses there, she's a nurse or the victims, someone who worked for the hospital in their victims advocate type capacity. She showed us down a hallway, said Kayla's down in the room down there. On the right, it was totally dark. There was numerous rooms as you walk down, but they were all empty. And so I took the family down with me and let them view her in the room.
Okay. And was she in the room alone at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And did you allow her family to touch her?
I did let her mom hold her hand, yep.
And you mentioned it was just you. At some point, were you given any items of evidence or items from Kayla?
Yes, so either the nurse or the victim's advocate for the hospital told me that there was a bag in the room that was for me. She didn't really tell me what was in the bag. I think she said there was just some clothing items. She said, "That's for you." And I said, "Okay, thank you." And then she did not go down the hall with us, so then we went down the hall where Kayla was.
Okay. And did you ever look into that bag of clothing?
I did.
I'm sorry, into that bag.
I did. I opened the bag in the room just to make sure that it was the bag that I was being directed to collect.
And were you able just by your cursory glance to tell what was in that bag?
It was clothing items. Clothing items I do remember seeing, it was kind of vividly in my memory, is a sock that was on the top, and it had like little characters like a kid's sock.
And did you then take that clothing and turn it into the Cape Coral Police Department?
Yes, so then I collected that. Once I confirmed that that was the bag that was in the room that I was directed to collect, I then took the bag, didn't go through it, I just took it, and then I went from there. We all left the hospital, put the bag in my patrol car with me, and I drove back to the police station, and then I handed that bag directly to evidence technician Lansky.
And the clothing that they gave you, was it the clothing that she was wearing when she came into the hospital that night?
I mean, I didn't look at it that close in the bag, but I just pretty much assumed that that was the clothing she was wearing, because it did have some blood on it.
Okay. And how long did you stay in that room with Kayla and her family?
We were there probably no more than 10 minutes.
And then at that point, would somebody from the medical examiners come and remove her body for an autopsy?
Yes, at some point, yes, someone did come remove her body.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibit 7 and 7A. Sorry to show you these, but I just need to have you identify 7 and 7A. Tell me if you recognize those photos.
Yes, that's Kayla.
Okay. And is that who you saw in the hospital bed that day?
Yes.
At this time, the state will move 7 and 7A into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Turn of permission to publish.
You may.
Nothing further. The state tenders a witness.
All right. Mr. Wheeler.
More, sir.
Was Kayla's purse with her?
I do not know the answer to that question.
So if it wasn't in the bag, you can imagine it was probably left at the scene.
I would guess, yeah, there was a pile of clothing, and I didn't go through it, so I couldn't tell you if it was under the pile of clothing or if it was left at the scene.
Did you know whether or not the clothing was turned in for ballistic testing?
I do not know that, no.
When I say ballistic testing, you understand I mean?
Yes, sir.
Gunshot residue?
Yes, sir.
That kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Unburnt powder? Do you know the nature and extent of the wound suffered by Ms. Rincon-Miller?
I never got close enough to see it. By the time I got in the trauma bay, like I said, they were wheeling her into the actual bay. So I wasn't up close by her, and then when we went to go back where they had placed her, she was covered with towels.
Did you understand it was a through and through at that time?
I did not.
Do you know whether or not if there's a through and through, there might still be bullet fragments inside the deceased?
Yeah, it would make sense to me.
Okay. Do you know if any ballistic evidence was recovered from Ms. Rincon-Miller's body?
No one had told me from the hospital, no.
Do you typically get that from medical staff if a fragment or a projectile is removed from someone's remains?
Yeah, typically if you go to the hospital and there is some sort of bullet fragment or a separate piece of evidence, it's usually placed in like a small container.
Sure. And in order to find that, don't they typically like x-ray the remains?
I don't know the procedure on how that's done.
Okay. You were the only law enforcement there in the building?
I was the only Cape Coral police officer in the building.
And it was it's Cape Coral's case, right?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
I think we're
You
asking
could,
to be excused.
all right, you can step down. Is any objection to being excused from this
No, sir.
meeting?
Thank you.
All right, you're excused. Take and call our next witness.
Elizabeth Lansky.
All right, go face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take the stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Would you please state your full name?
Elizabeth Becca Lansky,
How do you spell your first name
Elizabeth
and your last name?
Lansky.
And do you have another name that other people might refer to you by?
Lisa,
And what do you do for a living?
well, I'm now retired, but I was a forensic specialist for the Cape Coral Police Department, a civilian employee.
And you're retired. When did you retire?
October 1st,
Of 2025?
25, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And in order to be a forensic specialist, what kind of educational background did you have to achieve?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Cleveland State University. I worked for 5 years at the coroner's office in Cleveland, Ohio, before coming to the Cape Coral Police Department. I started there in May of 2025, and I have like over 1,000 hours of continuing ed during that 30 years in various forensic topics.
And what type of, or if any, topic did you specialize in when you were working at the Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a certified latent print examiner and a certified crime scene analyst.
And in order to become a crime scene analyst that's certified, what do you have to do?
Take a test.
And how long did you work in for the Cape Coral Police Department in that role?
25 years plus a few months.
And as a crime scene analyst, what kind of duties do you have when you are working at a crime scene? What is it that you're actually doing?
Well, usually first I photograph the entire area, Sometimes I will sketch, measure where items of evidence are, collect those items, and process them either at the scene or back at the station.
When you're working in your role as a crime scene analyst, or specialist, I'm sorry, are you trying to prove or disprove something, or are you trying to document? What is the purpose of what your role is?
Documenting and collecting any items that may be of significance.
And when you go out to a crime scene, what information do you have that helps you to determine whether something is relevant?
Well, we don't always know what's relevant, but we try to do the best we can. When I arrive at a scene, I'll get the information that's known so far from the officers at the scene.
And then based on that, you document and collect whatever might be pertinent.
Correct.
Even some things that maybe end up not being pertinent. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said you take photographs?
Yes.
All right. And do you also do crime scene work, but back at the laboratory? Is there some connection between what you do at the laboratory and what you do out in the scene?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, at the laboratory, I will collect like swabs for DNA, or swabs of apparent blood, or swabs of whatever is relevant. I will photograph again and describe the items that have been collected or turned in. I can process items for evidence, for fingerprints, etc.
And then you package and store them, is that right? Or submit them to the
Yes.
evidence department?
Yes.
Were you called regarding a crime scene located in the area of 1938 Southeast 16th Place on March 17th of 2024?
Yes.
Was that a situation where you were on duty, or was there something else going on?
I was on call.
Okay, and what does that mean?
That means when I'm not actually at the station, dispatch will call at home and I will respond to crime scenes. We have a schedule for usually one person is on call.
And do you recall what time of day or what time of the night that you got a call to go to that scene?
I believe it was about 10:30 at night.
And in order to get there, do you have to go first by the station, or do you go directly to the scene?
No, I can go directly to the scene.
And do you remember the nature of the call?
That there was a shooting.
And on arrival, can you describe for the jury generally what was happening at the scene when you got there?
Well, Detective Scarlato was there, other police officers were there. As I recall, there were a number of people there. I didn't know who they all were or why they were there. And
Would you say it was a pretty large number of people?
yes.
And is that area well lit, dark, or something else?
No, it's pretty dark.
Was it lit up based on the number of people that were there, presuming that there's some vehicles on scene?
Yes, as I could be wrong, but I think the fire department showed up because they have these large overhead lights, or maybe those were ours. I don't remember, but there were some lights brought in to help illuminate the scene.
And you spoke with the Detective Scarlato, got an idea of what was going on, and then went about your work as the crime scene specialist. Is that
Right.
Okay. So first thing first, what did you do?
Photograph.
All right. Did you do that to document what was there and what you saw?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm approaching the defense, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8, and then 8A through 8F. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm placing in front of you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 8 and then 8A through 8F. Can you take a look at those and tell me whether you recognize them?
Yes, these are the photographs I took that night.
At the scene there in Southeast 16th Place?
Yes,
They fairly and accurately depict that scene that you saw?
yes.
At this time, the state would move to enter exhibits 8A through 8F into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
You admit it?
May I publish
You
now?
admit?
I'm placing first on the viewer states exhibit number 8. Ms. Lansky, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the intersection.
And that's Southeast 20th Street and Southeast 16th Place.
Yes.
I'm placing on the viewer states exhibit 8A.
If you could put one of the microphones closer to you.
Yes, I apologize, Your Honor. I don't want to get in her way.
Just turn it around. There you go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I've placed 8A on the viewer for the, Ms. Lansky, can you see this, can you see that? And there are those, is that a photograph that identifies all the markers of the potential evidence that you were collecting?
Yes.
I'm placing State's Exhibit 8B onto the viewer. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here in this photograph?
Those are close-ups of two of the items that I collected.
I'm placing on the screen Exhibit 8C.
That's the other shoe.
I'm placing on the viewer Exhibit 8D. Let me fix it there.
Yes, and that's the victim's purse that we found on the grass.
I'm placing on the viewer State's Exhibit 8E.
And that's the victim's jeans.
And I'm placing a photo that is 8F onto the viewer.
And that's, I believe, medical items left by EMS.
And did you collect these items? Did you collect these items that you photographed and took close-ups of?
Yes.
All right. And once you collect those items, do you then return to the laboratory?
When I was completed at the scene, yes,
Okay.
I went back to the station.
Okay. And then once you arrived back at the station, was that at the point where you're going to package up the items that were collected?
Well, I hung the clothing in our drying hood, because it had blood on it, and it's necessary to dry that thoroughly before you try and package it. And the other items I locked in my secure cubby. We all had our individual cubbies that locked, that we had a key to, and I put the items in there until I would examine them at a later date.
And while you were at the laboratory, did you come into contact with Sergeant Gum from the Cape Coral Police Department?
Yes.
Did he provide any items to you?
Yes, he brought me the victim's clothing from the emergency room.
And how was that provided to you? Was it separate items or something else?
No, I believe he just brought them in a hospital bag, which is usually what the ER does.
And did you later, once you took the items out and the items had been through the dryer, did you then take individual photographs of the items back at the laboratory?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been marked as state's exhibits 9 and 9A through 9K. And I don't think I was on the microphone. That's 9 and then 9A through 9K.
Yep.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Linsky, I'd like you to take a look at the exhibits I placed in front of you. It's marked as states 9 and then 9A through 9K.
Yes, those are the photographs I took.
And they fairly and accurately depict the items that you collected from the scene and from Sergeant Gum.
Yes.
At this time, the state would move to enter state's exhibits 9 and 9A through 9K into evidence.
Any objections? Sorry, any objections?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm thinking.
Okay, sorry.
Judge, before you do, can we voir dire on this issue just briefly?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 9 it's photographs of clothing items, socks, cards, things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Not of clothing.
Well, socks and shoes. But, and a blanket. But yes, you're right, not the pants or the shirt.
Didn't we see in the last exhibit shoes?
Shoes, yes,
Right, so those came
So
from the
these-
scene, not the
yes.
hospital.
correct.
For that reason, Judge,
Sorry.
I would object.
I'm sorry.
They're coming from the scene, not from the hospital, Judge.
Okay, and so you object or not?
I do object. So the state will have to rephrase their question for the evaluation.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Looking at state's exhibit 9, is this an item that came from the scene or the hospital?
The scene,
9A, is that from the scene or the hospital?
the scene.
9B, is that from the scene or the hospital?
I believe those came from, the socks came from the hospital.
9C, did that come from the scene or the hospital?
Yes, the sock came from the hospital.
9D, which is a,
The blanket, I believe that came from the scene.
and I want you to think whether this is, do you recall collecting a blanket or something else? If you don't recall, that's okay.
Yeah, I
You
don't,
believe this is a blanket,
I believe so, yeah.
and that you believe came from the hospital?
No, I thought the blanket was at the scene, but I could be wrong about that. I know the jeans were at the scene and the shoes.
And then 9E, did that come from the scene or the hospital?
The purse was at the scene. I collected that from the scene.
And the 9F that photographed, are those items that came from the scene or from the hospital?
Those are from the scene. Those were inside the purse.
And 9G, did those come from the scene or the hospital?
Those were from the scene. They were inside the purse.
9H, did that come from the scene or the hospital?
That's the wallet that was at the scene.
And 9I, did that come from the scene or the hospital?
That's the contents of the wallet. Those were from the scene.
And 9J, did that come from the scene or the hospital?
The scene. That's from the other items from the wallet.
And did 9K come from the scene or the hospital?
From the scene.
At this time, the state would move to enter states exhibit 9, 9A, and 9K into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
All right, 2 minutes.
May I publish that?
You may.
I'm placing what's been entered into evidence of states exhibit 9 onto the screen. Is that one of the Converse shoes we were talking
If you'll
about?
turn that
Yes.
microphone back around. And it's not just for me, it's also for the recorder.
Oh, no, I understand. I apologize. Every time I'm moving this, it's dropping a little.
That's okay. You can turn it around towards you and come back to where you were.
I'm placing states 9A onto the viewer and tell us what we're looking at.
That's the left shoe from the scene.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as 9B on the viewer
That's the sock from the hospital.
through 9C onto the viewer.
That's the other sock from the hospital.
This is the one that I believe we had a question about, and that's from 9D.
That's the blanket.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 9E.
That's the victim's purse that was at the scene.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 9F.
That's the contents of the purse that was at the scene.
Showing you what's been marked as 9G.
That's rings that were inside the purse at the scene.
Showing you what's been marked as 9H.
That's the wallet that was at the scene.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 9I.
It's wallet contents from the scene.
I'm showing, and just to be clear, was this all of the The money that was collected, you lay that out when you take a photograph of it in order to document?
Correct.
And we're looking at 2 $5 bills and 3 $1 bills, is that correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9J.
And that's other contents of the wallet that was at the scene.
And finally, 9K. I'm gonna put that this way.
It's other contents of the wallet that was at the scene.
And just to be clear, we're looking at, is that a school identification that was contained?
Yes.
The notation of it being Kayla Rincon-Miller's.
Yes.
And in the bag of items you received from Sergeant Gum, did you receive a black shirt?
Yes.
That's not pictured here, is that right?
Not in those pictures,
Can I
no.
have just a moment? I'm going to start with that one. Do you have All right. I'm going to show defense counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 10.
Sure.
Many of the items that you photographed, I'm going to ask you about here, not many, but several of them. May I approach the witness now?
Okay.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 4. Can you take a look at that for me? Tell me whether you recognize it.
Yes?
I'm not speaking loudly, so may I approach the podium?
Yes.
Thank you. And we've provided some gloves, and I'm asking Ms. Lansky to take a look at that bag, and that's the shirt that you received from Sergeant Gum.
Yes.
Does the packaging appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like for you, at this time, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit number 4 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
You admit it?
And I'd ask you to publish by having Ms. Lansky put
Yeah.
open the bag and hold the shirt up.
You may.
And for the record, the witness is displaying the shirt for the jurors.
Judge, can we have the witness stand? I'm sorry.
And is it fair to say that the shirt has been cut?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lansky. I'm going to put that one back. May I please the witness?
You may.
I am showing you Ms. Lansky what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 10. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's the victim's purse?
And is that the item you collected and cataloged back at the Cape Coral Police Department?
Yes.
Does the packaging appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as the last time you saw it?
Well, it's been opened.
Other than no DNA lab markings, does it appear to be in the same or substantially same?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit number 10 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
At this time, the state moves to publish.
You may.
Passes. Can I approach the clerk? Thank you. And for the record, the witness is displaying what's contained, which is a white purse, to the jury. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm not going to necessarily ask you to open ultimately, but because it's for now. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 11. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, State's Exhibit 11 is the red wallet.
That's also what you collected and what you took a photograph of, is that right?
Yes.
Does the packaging appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
State's Exhibit 12 is the contents from the red wallet.
And does the packaging of this item appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
And the state would move to enter Exhibit 12 into evidence.
You
No
may.
objection, Judge.
Be admitted.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 13. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes. State's Exhibit 13 is contents that had apparently fallen out of the purse at the scene.
And does the packaging from that appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
The state moves to enter Exhibit number 13 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
And that last Exhibit number 14, can you take a look at that? Tell me whether you recognize it.
State's Exhibit 14 is the contents from the white zippered purse.
And that's what you collected and took photographs of, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
The state would move to enter Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Any objections?
No, sir.
Be admitted.
I'm not going to have you open it.
Okay.
I have no further questions for Ms. Lansky.
All right. Sweet.
Morning. So did you say you're a certified crime scene analyst?
Yes.
Did you have to keep up to date with courses and refreshment when you were working? Did you have to take like refreshment courses?
Yes, every 5 years you have to recertify, and you have to have a certain amount of continuing ed or other items that you can use for points for recertification, but it's mostly continuing ed and daily work.
The clothing that you received from Sergeant Gunn in the hospital, the shirt that you displayed with his members of the jury, did you do any type of DNA testing?
Not that I recall.
Do you know what an MVAC is?
Mm,
It's the vacuum machine for DNA. That can like suck up little pieces of it.
no. Well, we don't do DNA at the Cape Coral, obviously. We send it to the state lab.
All right. So do you use
FDLE.
FDLE?
Yes.
Do you know if the shirt was ever sent to FDLE, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Recovered from the scene, there's a piece of broken jewelry. Do you recall that?
From the line search? That was different. I mean, yes.
Do you know if that was ever submitted for DNA testing?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know.
Are you able to swab for DNA?
Yes.
Do you typically do? Would you typically have done that as part of your duties as a crime scene analyst?
Well, In that particular case, that piece of broken jewelry you're talking about,
Yes.
the gold chain, I did not believe it was involved, because when we did that line search, I mean, the intersection that you're talking about basically makes a T. So you have the northeast corner, you have the southeast corner, and then you have the whole west lot. And this was found in the southeast corner, in the middle of this vacant grass and things. So it seemed to be quite a distance from where the incident actually took place.
Okay.
But I did collect it and document it and submitted it to evidence.
Was it a valuable piece of jewelry, or was it like costume jewelry?
It appeared to be costume jewelry.
So something that if someone had found it, didn't believe was any good, they might have discarded.
I suppose.
Were you ever asked to perform a swab for DNA from any of the victims in this case?
Victims, the human being, no.
You seem surprised when I said victims. That there's a deceased, and then there's two victims of attempted armed robbery. Are you aware of
Right,
that?
yes.
Okay.
But you mean like buccal swabs or like swabs for DNA?
Swabs of where they might have been touched by their assailants when there was a struggle.
No, I never saw the victims, any of all three of them. I did not see them.
Do you know if any of their belongings were swabbed for DNA?
I don't know.
We saw the seal on that white purse, and you said that there was a DNA, I guess, lab piece of tape on it. Do you recall that?
I believe I swabbed the purse for DNA.
So you swabbed the purse for DNA.
Yes.
Do you perform that analysis yourself, or do you send that to FDLE?
No, that's all sent out to other labs.
When FDLE sends its results back, do they come to you, or do they come to the detective on the case?
Usually both. We'll get a copy.
Okay. Do you know if you ever received any results from the DNA swab to be sent off to FDLE on this case?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was that after you retired?
No, this occurred in March of 2024, and I retired in October of 2025. So it depends on whenever any such results would have come back. But
Okay. Even in your retired status, do you get notification at all?
no,
We saw photograph 9G, which were rings that were recovered from the deceased. Did you ever swab these for DNA?
no, they were inside the purse.
On scene,
Yes.
right? And there's no telling what happened while at the scene, should have taken them off or what have you, right?
Sure.
I don't know if I asked you this, and you can stop me if I did. I asked you about the DNA testing on the shirt, right?
Yes.
Right. Did you do any ballistics testing on the shirt?
We don't do ballistics testing.
Who does ballistics testing?
The FDLE.
Right. And what does that, do you know what that testing would encompass?
Well, I used to do ballistic, a way of ballistic testing like 25 years ago, but what the technology is now, no, I wouldn't be able to guess.
What would you look for at the crime scene list?
For gunshot residue?
Sure.
I don't. When I was at the coroner's office, we did a Grice test,
What is that?
which might show, might give you an indication of muzzle to target distance. But I don't know if they even do that anymore.
That Grice test, that would have like unburnt powder around the...
Burnt or partially burnt particles of gunpowder, yes.
Do you know if that was even looked for on the shirt?
I don't know.
Is it safe to say that if that seal that's on that evidence bag doesn't have that DNA tape on it, that no one looked at it?
Evidence tape. It's not
Evidence.
DNA tape.
Well, I mean, the blue one as opposed to the red one, right? The one that came from the DNA lab.
Oh, that I couldn't tell you. I don't know what testing was done on the shirt.
Ms. Lansky, Mr. Wheeler asked you about a line search, and I didn't ask you about that on direct. So can you describe for the jurors what a line search is?
A line search is when you get enough people and you basically go fingertip to fingertip and walk in a straight line across an area. So it's a way of doing a search as thoroughly as possible, especially on an outdoor location. And if we all have little flags, and if someone sees something, then they can mark it with a flag, and then you can move on, and then we can go back later and, you know, when we're done, and look at all the flags and pick up any things that seem to be possibly significant.
And now, did you conduct this line search or participate in this on the night that you were called out to work as crime scene, or was it a different time?
No, it was a few days later.
Daytime?
Yes,
And did the line search encompass a larger area than what the crime scene itself encompassed?
yes,
And you described the intersection as being a large west lot and then the two corners on the east side, is that right?
correct.
And your understanding of the piece of evidence Mr. Wheeler was asking you about was that it came from a distance from the crime scene, but in that west lot, is that correct?
In the southeast lot.
Southeast lot, okay. I don't have anything further.
It's within the scope of the redirect. Okay.
In reference to your line search, were you looking for ballistic evidence?
Well, we were looking for any evidence, but yes, casings,
Right, bullet casings.
yes.
Does Cape Coral PD have a metal detector?
Yes,
Was it used that day?
yes, I used my metal detector that night, the night I was at the scene.
And you were looking for what with the metal detector?
Bullet casings,
So when you were doing the police search, or the police line, is that what you
the line search.
The line search. Do you know if anyone else was using a metal detector?
No,
Were there any bullet casings recovered from the scene?
no.
So, okay. Anything else?
No, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Is she released?
Yes.
Any objection?
That's what you-
You may step down and release from your side. It's noon, so is this okay to take a break now? Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's about 7 minutes to noon. We're going to break, let you go to lunch. I'll have you come back here at 1 o'clock. Please remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research. Look up anything, discuss anything about your service as a juror in this case. Don't watch any local news, read local newspapers, anything like that. And we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. You can leave your notepads here on your seat. The record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. Anything I need to address prior to letting everybody go to lunch? All right, we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Got everyone? And is Ms. Wolf coming? Is she?
She just is another research.
Yes. Thank you. All right. So you're going to state defense counsel and the defendant are all present, or are we ready to bring the jury back in? All right, defense ready?
That's very good.
All right, let's bring it back in. While they're coming back in, I did print these out for both sides. This is just the general guidelines on impeachment if you guys want those. Ooh, let me see, actually, that's a little bit different. Sorry about that. Here. Okay. And just bring it two to the state, two to the minutes. And again, as noted in the first paragraph, you don't have to use those. That's just a general guideline.
Jurors entering.
All right, good afternoon. Please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the jury. By show of hands, was anyone on the jury not able to follow the court's previous instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about the services of juror on the case? Seeing no hands, ready to proceed. State and call the next witness.
Thank you. John Allen Creasy.
All right, sir. If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear, sir. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name?
Sure. My name is John Allen Prezi,
How do you spell your first name?
John.
And how do you spell your last
It
name?
is ALAMPRESE.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a sergeant with the Cape Coral Police Department
How long have you been with CCPD?
since 2015.
And as a sergeant, what kind of duties do you have?
I'm a first line supervisor for our patrol bureau. So I oversee a group of individuals that are on the streets
How long have you been in the role of sergeant?
since October this year, or I'm sorry, 2025.
And prior to becoming a sergeant, what were you doing?
I was a detective.
And in what division?
I was a detective in the property crimes unit and in the violent crimes unit.
And do you work a particular shift when you're in those units?
In the detective role, I worked a Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. to 4 p.m.
And how long were you a detective?
4 years.
Okay, before coming to become a sergeant?
4 years.
And back in March of 2024, what of those roles were you serving for corpus department?
I was in the property crimes unit.
All right. And did you become involved in an investigation of a shooting that took place in the area of Southeast 16th Place near Coralwood Mall around March 17th of 2024?
I did.
Okay, how did you become involved in that investigation?
I was asked to help assist with a homicide investigation by canvassing the area of Southeast 16th Place where the crime had taken place.
And now, were you called in when it occurred or at some point after?
First thing Monday morning, so the day following.
So you came on shift for your Monday to Thursday detective job and they called you in?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you the only detective from your unit to be called out to assist?
No, there was other detectives.
And what were you doing when you were canvassing? What were you looking for?
We had a description of a possible vehicle that we were looking for, so we basically were checking businesses nearby to see if we could capture any video of the event that took place that night.
Did you have any other information about, such as when the crime took place or a particular area or route that the vehicle may have taken?
At that time, all we had was a time frame of when it happened and that the vehicle had traveled on Southeast 16th Place, either northbound or southbound, so that's kind of what we were looking for.
And in doing that canvas, were you successful in locating anything that you thought might be pertinent?
Yes, I located video.
And where did you locate video?
St. Vincent's Thrift Store at 2023 Del Prado Boulevard South.
Now that's a Del Prado address, but we're talking about Southeast 16th
Yes.
Place. Can you tell the jurors how those two things
So
balance?
Southeast 16th Place runs parallel to Del Prado Boulevard South. So the actual address of the store itself, or the thrift store, is a Del Prado address, but the street running parallel right behind the business, that's where the crime had taken place.
And so you went to that business and were able to view their surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And they had a camera that faced Southeast 16th Place?
They did.
Okay. Were you able to view it that day?
Yes,
And did you take a copy of that video?
I did.
All right. I am showing defense counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 15. Can I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
And then tell me how you recognize it?
That's my initials right
You
there.
got a chance to look at that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a series of videos?
Yes.
And does that fairly accurately depict the copy of videos that you took from St. Vincent's after the murder?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move to enter into evidence states Exhibit 15A.
Any objection?
No.
You admitted?
State moves to publish.
You may.
Permission to reposition.
You may.
I placed the disc in the player, in the computer, and I'm going to open the player. Playing the first clip titled St. Vincent. Victims walking, suspect vehicle U-turn. Suspect vehicle past one. I'm not playing it, I'm pausing for a second. And I've now hit play. I'm playing the second one, St. Vincent victims walking, suspect vehicle U-turn. 3. And St. Vincent suspect vehicle from 4.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, and St. Vincent suspect vehicle 4. I'm just articulating what I'm.
Okay.
There's a slight buffer, so I'm waiting for that to catch up. I apologize. Detective Almprisi, those 4 clips of that video, are those what you found to be pertinent to the investigation you were conducting?
Yes.
What about those assisted you in your investigation?
The vehicle itself, driving back and forth in the street and then making the U-turn at the entrance of St. Vincent, I said the exit entrance of St. Vincent's. I was able to develop a possible vehicle description.
And could you just speak up a little bit?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're speaking very softly.
No, I apologize.
You can bend that microphone if you want closer to your.
Seeing that video, I was able to identify or possibly identify a suspect vehicle.
Did you watch it at the normal speed, or did you do something else in order to develop that?
I watched it at the normal speed, and then once the vehicle got closer, I just slowed it down a little bit just to get a little bit of.
And are you trained to identify vehicles as part of your training to become a law enforcement officer?
No special training. I just was able to identify the vehicle based off of.
Do you have any special interest in cars that helps you to do that, or is it just based on your experience?
I mean, I have a hobby with vehicles in my own personal time.
Okay, can you describe what that entails for the jurors?
The best way to describe it is I'm a car guy. I'm into vehicles. I grew up around mechanics my whole life, so it doesn't make me an expert by any means, but I'm pretty familiar with most common vehicles out on the road.
And after viewing that video and slowing it down around the time frame, were you able to identify the type of vehicle that had made that U-turn and then fled the scene?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
It was a newer model Nissan Pathfinder.
After making that finding, what did you do with that information?
We utilize a program called Vigilant. It's ran by Motorola, and it's a license plate reader program.
And how does that system operate?
So it's an automated system. It's essentially an online database that is comprised of multiple license plate camera readers that are throughout the city of Cape Coral or whatever area you're in. So throughout the city of Cape Coral, we have a handful of plate readers, and each individual user has its own login to the program. You can narrow down an area, you can narrow down make and model of the vehicle, color.
And how did you make use of that system as part of this investigation?
So based on that identification that I believe that was a Nissan Pathfinder, I just changed the options in the program to a Nissan Pathfinder and narrowed down the time frame that we were looking for and sorted through a handful of results.
And were you able to make any findings regarding those results that you looked?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
So there was a license plate reader hit at the intersection of Pondella and Pine Island Road, which is in Cape Coral, at, I believe, 21:18 hours, which would be 9:18 p.m., on a vehicle matching that description.
May I approach the witness? I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as the exhibit. May I approach the witness? Your
You
Honor?
may.
I'm placing in front of you what's marked for identification, State's Exhibit 15F, and I'm going to stand up to the podium just so my voice gets picked up on the microphone. Relying on those vigilant searches and you identified a vehicle, did you identify an associated license plate that would have fit the description of the vehicle that you were looking for?
I did.
And what was that license plate?
15AULC out of the state of Florida.
And other than the car that had that license plate affixed to it, were there any other vehicles that the vigilant search returned that matched the vehicle's description?
There were other vehicles, but that did not match the description.
So other Nissans?
Other
or-
Nissans, yes.
Okay. And so that was the only vehicle matching the description, and it had that license plate number on it?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with the information regarding that license plate?
Once that information was obtained, I gave that information to the lead detective on the case at the time,
Who was that?
Detective Frank Scolato at the time.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'll let you grab it.
All right. Sure.
No questions.
All right. You can step down. Is he excused?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're excused from your seat. And state and call their next witness.
The state calls Jessica Stein.
Just face the clerk, raise your right hand, and swear in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take a stand.
Please watch your step.
You can proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Jessica Stein.
And Ms. Stein, how do you spell your name?
Jessica.
Where do you currently live? You don't have to give your exact address, but generally.
Charlotte County, Florida.
Where were you living on March 17th of 2024?
West Mariana Avenue.
Was it 69 West Mariana Avenue?
Yes.
Was that in Lee County, Florida?
Yes.
Who did you live with at the time?
Myself and my children.
And how many children do you have?
8.
And did you live with a partner or a spouse?
No.
So just you and your 8 children?
Some of the children don't live with me.
Okay.
I was a surrogate mother.
Okay. How many children were living with you at the time of the house?
5.
5. And did you have a child named Thomas that lived with you?
Yes.
And how old was he on March 17th of 2024?
16.
Okay. And when is his birthday?
October 30th, 2006.
I want to talk to you about the day of March 17th. Did you go somewhere during the day?
Yes.
And where did you go?
To the Nokomis Beach.
Okay. And is that in the Venice area? Who did you go to the beach with that day?
My children and Thomas and one of his friends.
And when you say your children, it would have been Thomas, your 4 other children, and a friend of his.
Yes.
And what was his friend's name that you took to the beach with you?
Jaden
And do you know Jaden's last name?
Fernandez.
And was he a good friend of Thomas's?
Yes.
And how did you get to the beach?
We drove.
And
I drove
And what did you drive? What kind of vehicle?
a rental car,
Okay. And what was the type of rental car?
an SUV.
Okay. And what was it, the make and model of it?
I don't know.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm approaching defense counsel and showing State's Exhibit 17. Have you looked at State's Exhibit 17 and tell me if you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. That's the rental car.
And that's the rental car you drove to the beach?
Yes.
Yeah, at this time the State will move 17 into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Now, were there 3 rows of seating in this vehicle that you rented?
Yes.
And how long had you had that rental?
I'm not sure. I was supposed to get a larger SUV, but that was the only one they had available with 3 rows.
Okay. And did you have a phone on you that day?
A phone?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your phone number?
I don't remember.
Would seeing a statement that you gave help refresh your recollection as to what your phone number was at the
Yes.
time? For the record, I'm approaching defense counsel to show which statement. Ms. Stein, I'm approaching you and showing you a transcript of an audio statement that you gave to law enforcement.
Yes.
And I'm going to have you look at page number 7, and if you just look at that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to what your phone number was on March 17, 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so has your recollection been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay, what was your phone number at the time?
That's 239-202-1932.
Did your son Thomas also have his own phone at the time?
Yes.
And did each of your children have their own phone?
Yes.
About how far away would you say Nokomis Beach was from your home at 69 Mariana Avenue?
I'm not, maybe an hour probably.
How long were you and your children and Jaden Fernandez at the beach?
All day.
And did you eat lunch when you were there? Did you pack a picnic?
I think we stopped at McDonald's.
And
About
if you,
what-
if you can, I'm sorry, if you can speak up just a little louder for us, thank you.
And when you left the beach that day, do you recall about what time it was that you left?
No.
Would it have been in the afternoon,
Yeah.
evening hours, early evening hours?
Yeah.
Later afternoon?
Yes.
And did you drop Jaden Fernandez back at home?
I think we all rode together, and I think he just walked home after we got home.
Did he live close to your house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it common that he would come and hang out at your house with Thomas?
Yes.
And so when you arrived home with your children, did Jaden end up leaving your house and going back to his house?
Yes.
When you got to your house, do you recall where you went in your house?
I took a shower and went in my room.
And was that often a place you would just hang out to yourself, and that'd be somewhere where you could go and sort of escape and be by yourself?
Me and my younger kids stayed in it.
And your younger kids did?
Yeah.
How many of your kids stayed with you?
Me and my daughter, Rosemary.
Um,
She stayed in the room with me.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibit 16C and 16B. Stein, I'm showing you states exhibit 16C and 16D, and if you just look at these exhibits and tell me if you
Yes, ma'am.
recognize them.
Yes,
And what do you recognize these exhibits to be?
that's my home.
At this time, the state would move 16C and 16D into evidence.
Objections?
My objection is as to relevance, Judge.
I'm sorry?
My objection is as to relevance.
Judge, I think it's relevant to show where she lived at the time as far as the detail of her home.
Oh,
Judge, I'm just going to say, Judge, we didn't have any other pictures of any of the witnesses' homes put before the jurors.
here, you guys can approach.
You have permission to publish?
You may.
Ms. Stein, I'm showing you 16C. Is this the front of your house on Mariana Avenue?
Yes,
And then I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 16D. And is this the inside of your house, your living area that you would walk into from that front door?
yes,
And how many bedrooms were in your home?
4.
And so you and your daughter stayed in one, did Thomas have his own bedroom?
Yes.
And then tell me what the other 2 bedrooms had.
My other 2 sons.
They each had their own bedroom?
Yeah, well, 2 shared and then 1 had his other own.
Okay, so 2 of your sons each had a bedroom, 2 sons shared, and then your daughter slept with you in your bedroom?
Yes,
Later on that evening, did another one of Thomas's friends or acquaintances come to your home?
yes, ma'am.
And who did you know that person to be? Was there a name you knew him by?
Buster.
You know, may I approach?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing stated 16A and 24A.
Okay.
I'm going to have you look at State's Exhibit 16A and 24A. Do you recognize the person in this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, that's
And
him.
who do you recognize this person to be?
Buster.
Buster, all right. All right, this time the state would move 16A and 24A into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, be admitted.
And when you're saying his nickname was Buster,
Yes,
and did he go to the beach with you that day at all?
no, he didn't.
And so you didn't see him till later in the
Yes.
late evening hours?
Yes,
Do you know, I showed you that photograph, I'll put it back up, 24A. Do you recognize that sweatshirt as to what he was wearing that night?
you're fair.
That's the sweatshirt you saw him wearing?
Yes,
Had you seen him at your house before that night?
a few times.
Did you, at one point, leave Thomas and Buster and see them later on in the evening, in the later hours?
I went to the gym with my older son.
Okay. And when you came back from the gym, did you see Buster at your house?
I believe so, yes.
And was he wearing that red sweatshirt any longer, or had
No.
he changed?
I think he had a white shirt on when I seen him again, or no shirt.
Okay, so when you first saw him in the evening hours, he was wearing that red sweatshirt with that lettering?
Yes.
And then later on, he either had a white shirt or no shirt?
Yes.
And do you know about what time he left your house?
It was pretty late.
And how did he leave your house?
He was gonna order an Uber or something and it didn't come, and I ended up driving him home that night.
Where did you drive him home to?
Somewhere in Cape Coral.
Do you know whose house it was you dropped him off at?
I don't.
Did you keep the Pathfinder that night?
Yes.
The next day, did you keep it?
I believe the next day I went to Honda and I got a larger SUV.
So you returned it that next morning on the 18th?
It was the next morning or the day after.
Did you later learn that your son was a suspect in a murder case?
I did later on, yes.
And did you own a Glock 27 at the time?
I believe so.
And was it a gun that you purchased legally?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit number 19. Stein, I'm going to approach you and show you some records.
Yes.
And if you could just take a look at these records and tell me, do you recognize these records?
Yes.
And are these the records for the purchase of a Glock 27 from J&J One Stop Gun Shop?
Yes, I purchased two.
Okay, you purchased two, all right. And were these purchases made back in 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit number 19 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be admitted.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 16B. Look at State's Exhibit 16B and tell me if you recognize the person in this photo as well as what the person's holding.
That's my son Thomas.
Okay, and do you recognize?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
That's
You-
Thomas.
Okay.
And do you recognize?
Judge, I'm gonna object.
I can't.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna object at this point. We could have sidebar.
I
We could have
couldn't.
sidebar, Judge. I'm asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
going to ask you to look at 16B again.
Yes.
Do you recognize what is in Thomas Stein's hand?
It's a firearm.
And does that look like the Glock 27 that you owned at the time?
I can't tell from the photo.
And ma'am, do you see your son Thomas Stein sitting here in the courtroom?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you see your son Thomas Stein sitting here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Would you please point to and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
A gray suit.
I'm
Now-
sorry, which, how do you
Gray
which-
suit.
A gray suit.
Okay. The record reflect.
This gun that I just asked you about, the Glock 27 in those firearms purchase records, after the murder of Kayla Rincon-Miller, did you ever see that gun again?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may?
Just to clarify, I just asked you to point out your son Thomas Stein. Is he the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect that she's pointed out Thomas Stein.
Okay. The record will still reflect.
Thank you. Nothing further. The state tenders a witness.
Okay.
Based upon the witness's answer, I'd like to first her once again.
Okay. Ms. Willard, whatever you want to cross.
Good afternoon, Justin. To be clear, you and your family hired my firm to represent your son.
Yes, sir.
We don't represent you.
Correct.
Did your son ever confess to you that he's the one that shot Kayla Rincon-Miller?
No, sir.
The photos of Buster that we saw in the courtroom here,
Yes.
he's known as Buster,
Yes.
but more accurately, isn't he known as Little Buster?
Yes.
And his dad is Big Buster.
Yeah.
After your son's arrest, were you ever threatened?
Yes.
By whom?
Hit Buster's family.
Okay, specifically who?
Shanice.
Shanice
Baraka,
Stewart?
Buster. Big Buster.
So Shanice Stewart,
Baraka Stewart.
Raka Stewart,
Buster.
Christopher Horne Sr.
Yes.
Based upon those threats, did the police arrest anyone?
Yes, they did.
What happened to those trains?
They were all dropped.
By whom?
Miss Miller.
By Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Stein, after your son was arrested, did you meet up with Buster's family, with his mom, Shanice, his dad, Christopher Horne Sr., Christopher Horne Sr.'s girlfriend, Shanita, as well as, did I say Shanice Stewart? Did you meet up with them at a park?
Judge, two objections.
Yeah.
Compound. Second one is beyond the scope of the cross.
Oh,
Did you meet up at a park with them?
They pulled up to my home first
Okay. And did you
and
follow
told
them?
me to go there, yes,
And you followed them to a park?
yes.
Okay. And at that park, did you discuss the fact that Kayla Rincon-Miller had been murdered?
I don't remember.
Did you also discuss about some of the evidence Cape Coral Police might be gathering regarding your son as well as little Buster?
Objection, judge, as to hearsay.
I'm sorry?
Objection as to hearsay.
Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, but it goes to what defense asked as to what she did next.
Judge, I'd like to approach sidebar.
All right.
Going back to my earlier question about you going to a park with this group of people. At this point, had your son been arrested for the murder of Kayla Rincon-Miller?
No,
Was he present with you at the park?
yes,
And had Christopher Horne been arrested for the murder?
no,
Was he present with the group at the park?
yes,
And in that meeting, did you have discussions about how to get rid of evidence, or
Judge, objection calls for hearsay.
generally speaking, did you have that discussion?
You can ask her what she said.
Judge, I would posit to the court that even what she is saying outside of court is also hearsay, Judge.
Overruled.
Did you engage in any discussions about getting rid of evidence?
Judge, objection as to the vague nature of the question.
Overruled.
Can you ask the question again?
Did you have any discussions with the Horne family about getting rid of evidence?
Christopher Horne Sr. was giving me instructions of how to get rid of evidence.
And,
However, I did not follow them.
and was there a discussion about some of the evidence Cape Coral might be looking for?
I don't remember everything. I really
So
don't
hold on
remember.
one second. As I said, as to what she said, you can ask. Otherwise, that's a standing objection, is hearsay. So you can ask what she said.
Did you also participate in the conversation with the Horne family?
I did.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, may I?
Sure.
Did the Horne family offer to pay your legal fees?
Yes, they did.
Nothing.
All right.
Nothing further, Your
All
Honor.
right. Maybe you can step down.
Thank you.
Is she released or you want to keep her on subpoena?
I'm okay if she can be released so she can sit in the court.
Any objections?
No, sir.
All right, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
The state calls Frank Scarlato. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong witness. The state calls Alejandro Martinez.
All right, sir, if you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Knight, take a seat. Proceed with the
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
My name is Alex Martinez, or Alejandro Martinez. I'm the Hertz Corporation Corporate Security Manager.
And if you could spell your name for me, please, for the
That's
record.
A as in Alpha, Lejandro.
And Mr. Martinez, where do you work out of for Hertz?
My office is in Miami, Florida.
How long have you been with the Hertz Corporation?
In June will be 5 years.
What specifically do you do for them?
My title is Corporate Security Manager, but I'm more of an essence an investigator for the company. I have many tasks. I investigate both criminal and administrative acts that come from abroad, outside the company or within the company. I assist law enforcement. I attend court. I monitor our CCTV throughout all our locations. Basically protect our company assets, employees, and buildings.
When you say CCTV, is that just like recorded video monitoring?
Yes, video recordings.
Now, is it common, you said you work in some criminal investigations for Hertz Company. Is it common that law enforcement will reach out to you regarding potential cars that may have been involved in cases they're working?
Yes, I do.
And do you also work with law enforcement when cars aren't returned or there's damage or there's some kind of criminal activity?
That is correct.
Did you have contact back in March of 2024 with someone from the Cape Coral Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And why did that person reach out to you?
I don't remember the detective's name, but
Judge,
the advice
calls for hearsay.
It's not for the truth of the matter, sir, but the effect on the listener as to what he did.
Then she can ask the question of the judge.
The detective reach out to you? I'll let you make the
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I'll say unless you ask a further question.
Did a detective you said was Cape Coral Police Department reach out to you?
Yes,
And did you provide him some information that he requested you to provide?
yes, I did.
And were you given a specific vehicle tag to try to identify who it had been rented to?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to take that tag and determine who had rented the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing Defense Counsel States Exhibit 18. Mr. Martinez, I'm going to have you look at States Exhibit 18 and just tell me if you recognize them. I have a business record certification over the top, so I'll have you start with that.
Okay. Okay.
And were you able to determine who had rented, I think I asked you if you were able to determine who had rented that vehicle. Who was it that had rented the vehicle that the detective was calling about?
Jessica Stein.
And were you able to determine, now do those records accurately reflect the car that the detective was calling on?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the Nissan Pathfinder the detective was calling about, had that already been returned when he called you?
Yes.
Okay. And so when it got returned, did Jessica Stein rent another vehicle?
Yes, she did.
And so is that vehicle that she rented reflected in those records?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And were you able to determine or give the detective information about when that vehicle was returned?
I looked in our video surveillance cameras that we have in all locations, and I gave them the time and date and provided video footage of the exchange.
And in that video footage, did it capture Jessica Stein coming into the lobby and returning that vehicle that she had rented?
Yes, it did.
And was that on March 18th of 2024 that she returned that vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And do those records, again, reflect the new vehicle that she ended up renting after returning the Nissan Pathfinder?
Yes.
Now, that Pathfinder that she rented, did that specific vehicle also have GPS data?
Yes, it does.
And can you just explain how that data works?
All our vehicles, depending on the fleet, 75% of our fleet have some sort of tracking data. Sometimes the company, we install our own tracking data, and sometimes depends on the make of the vehicle. That comes with its own tracking data, has GPS. If a vehicle has cellular phone number to it where you can pick Wi-Fi, we can also track through that number the vehicle.
And was this vehicle able to be tracked on March 17th?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you provide some initial GPS data to the detective about where that vehicle was on March 17th?
Yes, I did.
And did the detective end up following up with a search warrant to get all of the data, the GPS data, as well as the rental records and the video?
That is correct.
And so Hertz was able to provide all those records to that detective?
Yes, we did.
And did that end your involvement in this case?
Yes.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
At this time, the state tenders a witness.
Briefly, Judge, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon, sir.
In terms of your GPS technology that you have on these vehicles, 75% of your fleet has it?
I would, roughly, I'm approximately 75% of our fleet, yes.
Okay. And so, depending on the make or model, can you tell how fast a vehicle is going at any particular time?
No, not live. No, I cannot.
So is it just a kind of like vehicle is going at any particular time?
No, not live. No, I cannot.
So is it just a kind of like breadcrumbs that you get from where the car is?
That's correct. I would approximately every minute or so, it pings where the vehicle is.
So
It wouldn't tell you if the vehicle stopped somewhere.
It will tell me if it stopped, it'll ping, and it'll show me like a history of how long the car's been at that location.
So, but if the car stopped momentarily, like at a red light, and then it proceeded forward, it'll have the trail that it's been there, correct?
It is, if it's within that minute, those 60 seconds, and it's at that traffic light, yes, it will ping at that traffic light.
Okay, it'll ping at that traffic light, but it has to be within that particular window.
Yes.
It's reporting the satellite.
That's correct.
That's privileged, thank you.
Nothing further, I ask that you be released.
Any objections?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may step down and you're released. Everybody in jury doing okay? All right, call your next witness.
The state calls Frank Scarlato.
All right, you go face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. You can take your seat. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record,
Frank Scarlato,
and will you please spell your last name for the record?
Scarlato,
Where are you employed?
Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you been with Cape Coral?
Just over 10 years.
What is your current role?
I am a detective with the SIU units.
And what is that? What unit is that?
We work with the Investigations Bureau and assist with their investigations in whatever capacity they need assistance with.
What type of education do you have?
I have a college degree,
What is your degree?
bachelor's degree
And what
in
is it?
business management.
And have you had further training and experience to actually be a law enforcement officer since you've been at Cape Coral PD?
Yes.
Were you working on March 17th of 2024?
Yes, I was on call that night.
And when you were on call, does that mean you were at your home? And if anything would happen, you would get called out of your home to come into a scene?
Correct.
Did you get called out that night to a scene?
I did.
What was the nature of the call?
It was a shooting.
Did you have any further information before you got to the scene?
I was previously on a call before I heard this come out on the radio. And once I heard that call, I responded directly to that scene with the initial officers.
So were you at home when you got the call, or you actually already had been called out to another scene?
I was actually on another scene at the time, clearing that, and I heard this call come over the radio.
How far away was the scene that you were clearing from the place where the shots were fired?
Less than a few minutes away. I was running lights and sirens the whole time, so it was not very far.
Where did you respond when you got, what was the address or the location of you responding to the shots fired?
The 2000 block of Southeast 16th Place, Cape Coral.
Was that Lee County, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know approximately what time that call came in?
The call initially came in approximately at 9:36
Okay, and about, do
p.m. Sorry,
you know what time you actually arrived on scene?
very shortly thereafter. I don't know the specific time.
Describe to the jurors the scene when you arrived.
It was pretty chaotic. There was several folks in the area. 2 vehicles had stopped with multiple individuals there trying to assist with whatever way possible that they could. I had the victim lying on the ground at the intersection next to the stop sign, and 2 of her friends were there, also victims that we later identified as, trying to give me as much information as possible. I was not wearing uniform. I was wearing my detective clothes, regular tactical pants and polo, so I didn't necessarily look like a police officer at the time, other than the badge and the gun. but everybody was just trying to give information, so it was very chaotic at first until we were able to calm it down several minutes later.
And so at that point, had the scene been secured?
No, not at that point.
So were there civilians and law enforcement and people that were kind of wandering about, trying to assist, trying to help?
Yes.
At some point, did the scene get secured?
Yes, it did.
You know about how long after you arrived that it was secured?
It was a good bit of time before I got there. Like I said, there were several people there. And then initially, like I said, I was the third officer on scene there. And then as more officers were coming in, trying to direct them in ways that we needed assistance at that particular time. So I would say probably about an hour or so before it was actually, comfortable saying that we're good here and that it was all secured.
And was there the area that was secured, did it involve not only where the victim was lying, but also the roadways around it?
Yes.
About how big of a scene would you say that was cordoned off with crime scene people?
Initially, I would say it was about two blocks, 2 city blocks.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was a victim on scene. Did you learn who that victim was?
I did.
And who was it?
Her name was Kayla Rincon-Miller.
And did you also try to assist with aid, or were there enough people already assisting her?
I did. When I first responded to the scene, like I said, I was the third one there. As I got there, Officer Houlihan was running back to his vehicle to grab another med kit. And he explained to me that the situation, in his opinion, didn't look very good, and that he suggested that if I wanted to get any information from Ms. Rincon-Miller, to do it as quickly as I possibly could. So while I was there, I did assist with trying to make sure that the medical chest seal was securely fastened to her chest and to her lower back, as we found an entry and exit one.
And were you able to get any information of value from Kayla?
No.
Was she still responding in some way, shape, or fashion when you were talking to her?
Yes, she was.
And was her responses, were you able to understand what she was saying?
When I specifically asked her something to the effect of, who did this to you? Do you know who was involved or anything like that? She said no. And then just kind of after that was mostly just her groaning from being shot.
About how long were you there till EMS arrived and took over?
It was a couple of minutes. I would say less than 10. To be specific, I wouldn't be able to give you.
And did they end up taking her to the hospital?
Yes.
And while you were on scene, did you learn that she'd been pronounced deceased?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that she was pronounced?
11:35 p.m.
And you said the call came out at 9:36?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after she was taken away, did you continue to try to investigate and find out what happened?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak to some other people on scene that were present when Kayla was shot?
I did.
And I want to start with, if you could just tell the jurors the names of those people that you spoke with.
Sure. I spoke with Ms. Luandeja and Ms. Emma Wright.
And did you speak with them right away to try to get information from them so you could try to figure out who did it, what type of vehicle they may have been, all of that basic information?
Within a few moments, yeah. Miss Miller had been departed at that point to the hospital. And then once it was more secure of the scene, then I got as much information out to the officers who were responding as I possibly could.
I want to start with Emma Wright. Describe her demeanor.
She was very frantic, pretty all over the place with her explanations of the description of who was there and what kind of vehicles, things of that nature.
I'm going to object this to hearsay and the best evidence.
You approach.
was asking you, you spoke to Emma, right? And were you able to get some information that you were able to put out over the radio to try to begin tracking the car, tracking who may have been involved?
Yes.
And did you also speak to, you said you spoke to Luann, did you?
Yes.
And what was Luann's demeanor?
Also pretty hysterical. Obviously, her friend had just been shot, and same basically as Miss Wright.
So you had to get whatever you could to try to get it out over the radio.
Initially, yes.
And were you working with other detectives and other officers to try to gather further information about the car, license plate, cameras, etc.?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors what sort of your team was doing at this point in the investigation.
So at this point, I had asked for the assistance of the other officers and detectives in the area to canvass the area for video footage. This being a Sunday at this point, 10:30 at night, there were really no businesses that were open or anything like that. And every camera that was on a residence in the area turned out to be essentially not the greatest information that we could have possibly received from those cameras in the area.
Okay. And were those cameras reviewed to see if there would be any information on it or anything that could lend to your investigation?
Yes, from what cameras that we did find in that area, we did review all the footage and everything from those cameras in the neighborhood, and there was nothing on that. So.
Were you later able to get some cameras from some businesses once they opened?
Yes.
And did you have the chance to review video footage collected from St. Vincent's?
Yes, I did.
And the St. Vincent's camera, where was that in relation to this crime scene?
So it was just the back of St. Vincent's is just south of the intersection by, I believe it's 2 streets south of the intersection of the crime scene.
So what was it that you were able to view on the video of significance to the investigation?
So the camera footage shows the 3 victims walking northbound on 16th Place. And then it shows a vehicle coming southbound to then make a U-turn into the parking lot, using the front of the parking lot to just make a U-turn on 16th Place and then travel back northbound.
And was this vehicle able to be determined through work from Ellen Prezy?
Yes.
And were those that video of St. Vincent, was that submitted into evidence, and once you were able to review it and see that it was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything else of value from the St. Vincent's videos?
Yeah, time-stamped on the video at 9:33, you hear what appears to be a single gunshot.
And is that the sound of one gunshot, is that the only shot that we hear on any of the cameras?
Yes.
Now, was there also video collected at a dermatology center?
There was.
And what did that camera capture, if anything?
That showed the same vehicle that initially made the U-turn at St. Vincent's, later traveling southbound at a very high rate of speed.
And did you have a chance to strike that? Were there other businesses that videos were collected from and that were looked through to see if there'd be any relevant information?
Yes.
And was there anything significant on any of those videos near the crime scene?
No, ma'am, not significant.
Was there any actual video that would have captured that intersection where Kayla was shot?
No.
Now, once Detective Alan Prezy identified the car and through the license plate reader and was able to associate it with Hertz Rental Company, did you do anything in response?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with the information that, I guess it's Sergeant Alan Prezy gave to you?
Yes. So this would have been the next day that we found this information. And what I did was I ascertained from any of the detectives if they had any sort of contacts with Hertz Rental Company. One of them did, and he passed along the phone number to me. I made contact with Mr. Martinez and from Hertz, and we essentially got that information through him.
And that Alejandro Martinez, did you end up getting some basic information regarding GPS data of where that Nissan Pathfinder was the night Kayla was shot.
Yes.
And what information were you able to get from that Hertz data?
It gave me the plotted points of essentially where the car was at any given moment.
And from the plotted points that you got, were you able to see that that Nissan Pathfinder had indeed been on the scene where Kayla was shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow up with a search warrant to get all of the records of the rental and those GPS data so you could know where the GPS of the Pathfinder was leading up to the murder, during the murder, and after the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you reached out to Mr. Martinez on the 18th.
Yes.
And do you know about what time you reached out to him during that day?
It would have been sometime before lunch, I believe.
And at that point, when you reached out to him, had Jessica Stein already returned that Nissan Pathfinder that was at the scene of the murder?
Yes.
Had it already been rented out to somebody else, in fact?
By the time we realized that, yes, it had been.
Now, once you found out that it was rented out to somebody by the name of Jessica Stein, did you conduct further search of that?
I did.
And what kind of search did you do?
I searched through the Florida David system to see any information I could find on Miss Stein, and I was able to find some other individuals living at the same residence that was listed on her driver's license.
And were you, when you got that information, was the people that were living with her, were you able to go through those people and look further into those people?
Yes.
And you mentioned on scene you got some descriptions from both victims, from Emma Wright and Luann Deja.
I did.
And were you able to compare their description to the people associated with Jessica Stein?
Yes.
And did one of those people match that description?
Yes.
And who was that?
Thomas Roy Stein.
And now, there also were license plate readers that were able to track that Nissan Pathfinder. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those records pulled to figure out where the Nissan Pathfinder was traveling that night?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state removed 15F, which were just recently identified. There's a notice of intent to rely upon business record certification.
And you show that to the defense?
Yes, this is the one that we just showed. Identification, I'm sorry. These are the business records of the license plate readers.
Are you moving those in?
Yes.
I'm sorry, was there any objection?
No.
All right, they'll be admitted. And that's the state's exhibit what?
15F.
Thank you.
Now, I think I asked about the GPS getting all that data. Did someone from your agency, were they able to plot that GPS data from the Nissan Pathfinder to create mapping of where that Pathfinder was the entire day,
Yes.
March 17th, as well as to the time it was returned?
Sorry, yes.
Did you also conduct an interview of Jessica Stein?
I did.
And was, throughout the course of your investigation, was Thomas Stein eventually detained and arrested?
He was.
And did you collect a phone from him?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibit 25. Please take a look and tell me if you recognize that exhibit. And what do you recognize that exhibit to be?
The phone that I took from the vehicle from Mrs. Stein.
And if you could just turn that over, was this the phone belonging to Thomas Stein that was put on the sticker as long as your name, as well as your name that you collected from Thomas Stein?
Yes.
Was this a forensic analysis done of this phone and having it downloaded, the contents of the phone?
Yes, it was.
At this time, the state removed 25 in evidence.
Any objection?
Yes.
Be admitted.
You mentioned a download was done. If you could just explain just generally what a Celebrate download is.
Generally, I'm not a professional with the program, but you essentially get all the information as far as photos, pictures, or photos, videos, data as far as phone calls received, text messages received, things along that nature.
And was there a Celebrate download that was able to be done of Thomas Stein's phone?
Yes.
And was that further out analyzed by you and other detectives?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move 25 into evidence
Right. Any objection?
for stipulation by defense of the Celebrate download.
No objection. Be admitted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say 25? 25's already been introduced. It would be 20A.
20A. Without objection.
Did you also collect the phone that belonged to Kayla Rincon-Miller?
I did.
And were there some videos and photographs that were taken that night of her walking and selfies?
Yeah, in the video from St. Vincent's, you actually see Miss Miller on her phone with the flashlight as they were walking.
And did you collect that from the scene?
Yes, I did.
Through your investigation, did you learn of someone by the name of Jaden Fernandez?
I did.
And was his phone also seized as part of the investigation?
It was.
And was he in fact an initial suspect in the case?
Yes.
May I approach Turner?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 22. I'm going to have you look first at the label and then at the inside and tell me if you recognize it. What do you recognize this exhibit to be?
The phone that I took from Mr. Fernandez.
You all speak up a little louder.
Sorry about that. The phone that I took from Mr. Fernandez.
All right, this time the state would enter State's Exhibit 22 into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Did Jaden Fernandez willingly give you his phone when you interviewed him?
Yes.
And was it passcode protected?
I believe it was, yes.
And did he provide the passcode so that you would be able to get into it and download it?
Yes, ma'am.
And was a Celebrate download of his phone as well?
Yes.
Now, were you able to review the contents of Jaden Fernandez's phone?
I did.
And did you review it through the Celebrate report or just physically going through his phone?
Both.
And based on your review of his phone, did you do any follow-up investigation?
Yeah, there was some videos found of interest on that.
Okay. And was there any video of Jaden Fernandez holding a firearm?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Yes. Were there any videos on Jaden Fernandez's video of a firearm that was of interest to you?
Yes.
And what were you able to do with that video?
We were essentially able to slow the video down enough where we were able to obtain a serial number from the firearm.
And what did you do with that serial number from the firearm?
That information was passed along to ATF to run a trace on the firearm. Sorry.
And what were you able to learn through that trace that was done on the firearm?
That the purchaser was Mrs. Stein.
And were you able to obtain the records from that firearms purchase?
From ATF, yes.
And was those records, was it for a Glock Model 27 pistol?
It was.
And was that was the one that you observed in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 20. I'm approaching and showing you State's Exhibit 20, and this is the Celebrate download, and were you able to review the Celebrate download as well as Jaden's phone to find some things of relevance?
Yes.
And at this time, the state, per stipulation by defense, would move the Celebrate download of Jaden Fernandez, which is State's Exhibit 20 of evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No.
All right, the admitting, can I just see the, Miss, okay, can you all approach just 1 second?
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel has been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Detective Scarlett, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 23. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Or would you recognize this exhibit to be?
The video that was retrieved from Mr. Fernandez's.
If you could speak up louder, I
Sorry.
appreciate it.
The video that we got from Mr. Fernandez's cell phone.
And in this cell phone video, who is on the video?
Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Stein.
And is this the video that has a firearm that you were able to trace back to Jessica Stein, the Glock 27?
Yes.
And is it fair and accurately represent the video that you saw and that you used to get that serial number?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would move 23 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Move.
I'm sorry?
Privilege to move out of court.
Yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel states exhibit 16B, and now I'm showing Detective Scarlato 16B. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And what do you recognize this exhibit to be?
The still photo from the video that we just played.
And this firearm that we see in Thomas Stein's hand, is that the one that you were able to trace back as being the Glock 27 purchased by his mother, Jessica Stein?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this also the gun that was missing after the night of the murder?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge, was that introduced?
Wait, don't publish yet.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, at this time the state would move 16B into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, be admitted.
Permission to
Thank you.
publish.
Yes.
That's 24, Judge?
It is 16B, 23 was the video.
So that would be exhibit.
16, would you say B is in?
As in boy. Were you involved in writing numerous search warrants for this investigation?
I was.
Can you just tell the jurors generally what type of search warrants and well, first of all, let's ask you this about how many search warrants did you write for this case?
Over 20.
And what types of search warrants or information were you seeking?
So I did cell phone search warrants. I did cell phone data search warrants. I did social media search warrants, DNA, things along that line.
And the cell phone information, what type of information were you trying to get from the cell tower providers?
So the cell tower providers give a bunch of information on cell phones that were in a specific area at any given time. And that was the information that I had requested from the 3 major carriers in Southwest Florida.
And were you attempting to determine what towers the phones are paying off leading up to and during the murder from various individuals?
Yes,
And were tower records written for Jaden Fernandez?
there were.
Were tower records written for Jessica Stein?
Yes,
Were tower records search warrants written for Thomas Stein
yes,
and for Christopher Horne Jr.?
yes.
Were there also warrants that were written for other numbers associated with both Christopher Horne Jr. and Thomas Stein based on communications in Thomas Stein's phone?
Yes.
Now, shortly after this investigation, did you go out on medical leave?
I did.
And when you went out on medical leave, was your case handed over to Detective Michael LaSalandra?
Yes, it was.
did he then continue on with the investigation from what you had done?
Yes, it was. I had worked the case for approximately a week before going out on medical leave, and then I transitioned to more of a, in the office type of role.
And so once you're on medical leave, you would just assist with further search warrants or further things that would need to be written.
Yes, it was an administrative search warrant type role at that point.
You have a moment, Your Honor? And nothing further for Detective Scarlato and tender him as a witness.
All right. Sure.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you actually went to the scene of the crime that evening, the night that it occurred, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were there when the victims were there?
Yes,
You were there when Emma Wright was there?
I was.
You were there when Luann Dejai was there?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that Emma Wright never claims the driver was a person that shot her friend, Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes.
Were you able to prepare one of the Cellbrite reports for Christopher Horne Jr.'s phone?
I'm sorry, was I?
Able to get one of those Cellbrite reports for Christopher Horne Jr.'s phone?
No.
He's the co-defendant in this case?
Correct.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
We were able to put him there through the records, not through Celebrite.
Right, but do you have a Cellbrite report for Christopher Horne Jr.'s phone?
I do not. Celebrite is different than the actual carrier information. Celebrite is the physical phone itself. The carrier information is what gives us from the phone.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong, but you would actually have to have the physical phone from Christopher Horne Jr. in order to do a download.
To do a Celebrite download?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you have his phone?
No.
Is that the reason why you didn't do a Cellbrite report?
Correct.
The image that we saw from the state still, came back to a Glock Model 27?
Yes, sir.
That's okay. Do you know to any degree of scientific certainty what caliber weapon was used to murder Kayla Rincon-Miller?
No.
And to be clear, the phone records, when you collect them, indicate the location of a cell phone, not a person.
That's correct.
So if I left that cell phone that was just ringing in my car where it probably belongs, it would show the location of being in the car.
Show the general area based off of the hit from the cell tower.
Right.
Yes.
And so it would triangulate from one of the three sides from the tower, right?
Correct.
Just if I can have a moment.
Yeah.
Going back to the night of the murder, when you appeared on scene and Luann Dejai were there and Emma Wright was there, you took a statement from Emma Wright, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that recorded?
Yes.
How? With a body worn camera?
No, with an audio recorder.
So just like one of those old school little micro cassettes?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you ever ask her who she thought shot her friend?
To be honest with you right now, I wouldn't be able to answer that. I don't think so.
Would reading a transcript from that recording refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Again, first, Judge?
You may.
It's on the second last page.
Second to last page.
You just do me a favor, read that area that's highlighted, the circle next to it.
This?
and
To
then-
yourself.
Gotcha.
To yourself, and then look at me when you're done.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did she say that it was the driver that shot her friend?
No.
Who'd she claim that had shot her friend?
Someone that was wearing all black and a red hoodie.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Detective Scarlato, I forgot to show you a few exhibits. When we were talking about the Hertz rental car, I'm going to show you 17 A, B, and C and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, this is the Pathfinder.
And I'm showing you exhibits 18A and B.
Yes, this is the GPS from the Pathfinder from Hertz and the footage of Miss Stein returning the Pathfinder to the business.
And for 17A, B, and C, were you able to get that Pathfinder back from the person who rented it after Jessica Stein?
Yes,
And was there a search warrant done and the car searched?
it was.
And between the time that Jessica Stein rented it and somebody new rented it, had it been cleaned out by Hertz?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move 17A, 17B, and 17C into evidence.
Any objections?
No, Judge.
All right, be admitted.
And then the state would also introduce 18A, which is the video of Jessica Stein returning the Pathfinder, and 18B, which is the GPS data from the Pathfinder.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
And permission to publish 17A, B, and C.
Okay.
Showing 17A, is that just the side view of the Nissan Pathfinder?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing 17B, is that the back of the Nissan Pathfinder?
It is?
And showing 17C, is that just a close-up of the license plate?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the license plate that you tracked through the license plate reader through the time of the murder?
Yes, it was.
Nothing further.
Wait, we won't say. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. You
Apologize.
step down and is he released?
I would ask you remain under subpoena.
So you stay under your subpoena, sir.
Yes, sir.
How's everybody in the jury doing? Want a break? So we'll take about a 10-minute recess, come back here at 3 o'clock. I'll send you back to the jury. That was a good signal. All right. The record reflects the jury's exited the courtroom. We'll be recessed until 3 o'clock. All right, let the record reflect state's present, defense counsel, the defendant are present. Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
You just have 30 seconds, Sharon.
Okay.
I'm sitting and text about something I need from the office.
You can see, yeah, that's fine. Ready to bring the jury back in?
That's very good.
All right, let's bring it back in.
Doors entering.
All right, please be seated. Steve, call the next witness.
The state calls Frank Scarlato.
Well, you know, you still understand. So you remained under subpoena, you're still considered sworn, let me take a seat.
Detective Scarlato, I forgot to ask you a couple questions I realized as soon as I let you go. You mentioned that you got the business records of the rental agreement with Jessica Stein.
Yes.
At this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 18 into evidence. I've showed defense counsel the same business
The
records.
objection. All right, pre-admitted.
Now, you also mentioned that you did some search warrants of social media accounts. Was one of those accounts the Instagram account that was being used by Thomas Stein?
Yes.
And were you able to find a video of significance from that Instagram that had been posted?
Yes.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing defense counsel State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
And how do you recognize this exhibit?
my initials and badge number.
And is this the copy of the video that was posted to Thomas Stein's Instagram account?
Yes.
And approximately what time was this video posted to his account in relation to the murder?
Approximately 8:30, which would have been about an hour before.
Yeah, may I, at this time, the state would introduce 24 and ask permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Either.
Relocate.
Sorry?
Permission to relocate.
Yeah.
What you want, Kalina? What you want, JJ? Hold up. Turn up this. Hey, I'm up about this bitch. I can't do this way. Yeah.
And nothing further. I ask that you be,
Well, let him cross-examine.
True, Judge?
Yes.
Judge, who was that in the red hoodie?
That was Christopher Horne Jr.
Who's that holding the gun?
Christopher Horne Jr.
You know what kind of gun that was?
I don't.
Anything in your investigation lead to a secondary gun of a 1911?
Yes,
45 caliber?
I believe so.
Nothing further, Judge.
You can step out. Would you like him to remain under subpoena still?
Yes, please.
All right, you're still under subpoena.
Yes, sir.
It's still under oath.
The state calls Michael La Salandra.
Sir, if you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. You take the seat. Whenever you're ready.
May I inquire? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Detective Michael Oslander, Cape Coral Police Department.
Detective, will you please spell your last name?
Lasalandra.
How long have you been employed with Cape Coral Police Department?
About 6 years.
What is your current assignment with them?
I'm a detective in Violent Crimes Unit.
Do you have prior experience as a law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Where is your previous experience?
in New Jersey.
And what were you in New Jersey?
I was a patrol officer for 6 years and a detective for about 20, 21 years.
So in total, how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
About 31, 32 years.
Tell the jurors about your training and experience that you've had to do what you do.
I began my career in the police academy. After the police academy, went to different specialized training, interview and interrogation.
Can you do me a favor, just put that mark, push it down, and then that way we speak more directly into it. Just speak up a little bit louder for me, please.
Interview and interrogation training, narcotics training, training in investigating homicides and deaths investigations, training related to stolen property, robbery. Over the years, I've been to quite a bit of training.
Now, were you working on March 17th of 2024?
Yes.
And were you actually at the station, or did you get called in for a case?
No, I was called in.
And what was the reason you were called in?
There was a report of an individual that had been shot during a robbery on the east side of Cape Coral.
When you got called in, had that person already died, or were they still alive?
They had been transported to trauma center, and I met with Sergeant Courtwright on the scene.
Do you know about what time you got to the scene?
I would think about maybe 11 o'clock.
So was that over an hour, about an hour and a half after that initial call came out?
Yes.
So when you arrived, was the victim still on scene?
No.
And the victim was at Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or meet her when she was alive?
No.
Describe what the scene was like when you arrived.
When I arrived, the officer had the street blocked off, north and south, and I parked my car south of the crime scene, walked up, and met with Sergeant Courtwright briefly.
And you said the street was blocked off. In order to enter that scene that was roped off, did you have to enter your name in some type of crime scene log?
There was an officer taking names in crime scene log, yes.
And at that point, were they letting any non-officers come into the scene?
No, I don't believe so.
When you arrived, were any other victims present?
There were 2 female victims that had been taken off to a side street with Sergeant Courtwright and Detective Scarlato.
And were they interviewed about what they knew or what they saw?
Yes.
And were you involved at all in that interview with them?
No.
Now, what was your purpose in meeting with Sergeant Courtwright?
For an assignment to ask me what he needed, what he wanted me to do.
What is it that you began to do after meeting with him?
He asked to begin to look for any video surveillance in and around the crime scene.
Were you able to locate any video surveillance?
There's a BP gas station that's south of where the crime occurred. It's actually on Del Prado Boulevard, and they were one of the only open businesses, and they allowed me, myself and Detective Hicks, who also arrived, to review their video cameras.
Ultimately, was there anything of relevance that you were able to find on that BP gas station video?
No.
Now, during this initial investigation, was Detective Frank Scarlato the lead detective?
Yes.
And at some point, did he go out on medical leave and the investigation was turned over to you?
Yes.
Now, even though it was turned over to you later on, did you take an active role in helping with the investigation even prior to you becoming lead?
Yes.
Was this an all hands on deck investigation?
Yes.
Approximately how many people would you say from Cape Coral Police Department were involved?
At least 20.
And were people all just assigned various roles to try to assist the detectives in determining who was involved?
Yes.
And during your investigation, were you looking for multiple suspects?
Yes.
And was that based on the numbers that the girls gave in the interview as to how many people they believe got out of the car?
Yes.
And did you go in with any sort of fixed ideas about what may have happened or may not have happened?
No.
What was your goal from the beginning of this investigation?
To try to follow the evidence, facts, and information in the case.
And did you end up being involved in an interview with Jaden Fernandez?
Yes.
And did you have information early on that he had been with Thomas Stein the night of the murder?
Yes.
Was he initially a potential suspect in the case just based on his proximity with the defendant?
Yes.
How soon after the murder did that interview of Jaden Fernandez take place?
There was a primary interview conducted later on the night of the 19th of March, just after or during a search warrant being conducted at the defendant's house.
When you say the defendant, who are you referring to?
Thomas Stein.
And do you see the defendant sitting here in court today?
Yes.
Would you just please point to and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
A young man in gray suit and blue shirt.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Also reflect.
Now, you said on March 19th, so that was 2 days after the murder that you interviewed Jaden Fernandez.
Yes.
And was anyone present with him when you interviewed him?
His mother, Mercy Lawrence.
And did his mother provide any information to you that indicated Fernandez was at home during the time of the murder?
Yes.
And what information did she provide to you?
She indicated personally that she had seen him there and that she had Life 360 on her phone and his phone, and provided some information myself and Sergeant Costa, who was there, of the location of his phone at the time.
And can you just generally describe to the jurors what is Life 360?
Just an app that you can put on your phone to determine the location of someone else's phone that's also on the same app.
And did they also have video cameras that they were able to show you regarding his comings and goings that evening?
Yes.
Now, did you also get phone records of Jaden Fernandez?
Yes.
And were those able to be analyzed to see where his phone was during this time?
Yes.
And the phone records, were those tower data records?
Yes.
And our tower data, if you could just explain generally, what are cell tower data? Like what is that?
Cell tower data location is generally your phone communicates with the nearest tower closest to the phone, gives a general vicinity of the device and as it relates to where the tower is.
And The records that you got of Jaden Fernandez, were those able to be further analyzed by Destiny Robovo with your office?
Yes,
And is she part of your intelligence unit at Cape Coral Police Department?
yes,
And was it able to be determined where his phone was during the time of the murder?
yes.
And where was that?
In the vicinity of his residence.
Now, was his phone seized and downloaded?
Yes,
And a report was created of all that data?
yes,
Did you and Detective Scarlato both have the chance to review all the content on Jaden Fernandez's phone?
yes.
Was there anything that you found on the phone that you believed was significant to the investigation?
There was a number of photos depicting he and Thomas Stein with firearms, pistols.
Was there also an image that showed them both in a Nissan Pathfinder dated Saturday, March 16th of 2024?
Yes,
And based on finding all this, well, first of all, let me track back. Did Jaden Fernandez give you his phone when you did that first interview on March 19th?
he actually provided it to Detective Scarlato.
Okay. And so after you got that phone, did you then do a follow-up investigation or a second interview of Jaden Fernandez?
Yes,
Did you, and during that interview, did you show him these photographs and videos that you found on his phone and question him about them?
yes,
Now, did you also have the chance to review a download of Thomas Stein's phone?
yes.
And did you review that through the Celebrate download or through looking at his actual phone?
Celebrate.
And were you able to find anything of relevance from the night of the murder in Thomas Stein's download?
Nothing as far as photographs or images.
Okay. What about any text messages?
There were text messages between he and Christopher Horne.
Now, this Christopher Horne, did you have to write some search warrants and get some information about the phone number to show that that belonged to Christopher Horne, the person he was communicating with?
Yes.
And what kind of messages were between Thomas Stein and Christopher Horne?
Generally, there were text messages. There were also some Instagram messaging in group chats and telephone calls.
And did you ever view any specific message that Christopher Horne sent to Thomas Stein shortly before the murder?
Yes.
And what was that message?
At approximately 7:55 p.m., there was a message providing an address in West Creek Circle in North Fort Myers.
And what was that? Who was that message from that was giving that address at West Creek Circle?
It was from Christopher Horne.
And was there any additional communication that you saw via text message between Christopher Horne and Thomas Stein?
Between 7:55 and approximately 8:16, there was several text messages back and forth.
And what were these text messages? What did they purport to be?
They provided, and it started off providing an address and then some back and forth about where you're at. I'm pulling up, along those lines.
Were you ever able to get any video that corroborated the two of them getting together that night?
Yes.
And where was that video from?
There was a ring camera or residential surveillance video from a resident of West Creek Circle.
And were you able to get that from the resident and review it?
Yes.
And what were you able to see on that video?
What appeared to be the Nissan Pathfinder driving down the street, and Christopher Horne running up to the Pathfinder and getting into it.
What part of the car did Christopher Horne get into?
The video appeared that he first went to get in the back seat and then came around to the passenger side and got into the front seat.
And did this, these images you saw, this video you saw, did it correspond with those text messages between Thomas Stein and Christopher Horne?
Yes.
And was that video given to Dustin Robobo to put that into a presentation to show all that?
Yes.
You mentioned there were other messaging, some other messaging you saw in Thomas Stein's phone that you reviewed. Did you investigate any numbers in that phone to find out who those numbers were associated with?
Yes.
And how was that conducted, that investigation?
Initially, the phone numbers and Instagram messaging sources or owners, their information was obtained either by warrant or subpoena. The phone numbers associated with these people that were acquainted with Thomas Stein, their phones, search warrants were done on their phones for historical tower data. This is relative to the Instagram, the account holder information was obtained to identify them.
The tower data that you got through either a search warrant or subpoena of those phone numbers in Thomas Stein's phone, was that analyzed to see if any of those phones were at or near the crime scene during the time of the murder?
Yes.
And were you able to put any phones associated with those people in Thomas Stein's phone at or near the scene?
No.
And did you also conduct interviews with those people?
Yes.
Now, you talked about Instagram. Could you just describe the type of social media platform that Instagram is?
Very popular social media platform that contains options for messaging, sending messages, making phone calls to people either individually or in a group.
Does Instagram also allow you to post videos or photographs that other people can see?
Yes.
And this messaging that was through Instagram, did you get that through a search warrant from Instagram?
Yes.
And was that from Thomas Stein's Instagram account?
Yes.
And what did you do when you saw the messaging that was going on with Thomas Stein and others?
Obtain the information on the other individual users.
And so did you get those usernames and associate the accounts with it through Instagram?
Yes.
And did you also conduct interviews with some of those people that you were able to associate with the usernames involved in the messaging with Thomas Stein?
Yes.
And did you conduct interviews with some of those people?
Yes.
Now, were there also phone calls that Thomas Stein made the night of the murder, March 17th, 2024?
Yes.
And were you able to figure out who he was calling after the murder?
Yes.
And were those some of the people that you looked at their tower records as well as conducted interviews with?
Yes. A lot of the numbers and Instagram users weren't common. They were the same people.
Approximately how many people were in close connection with Thomas Stein that night that he was communicating with that you would say that you investigated?
About 3 or 4.
And what is a tower dump?
So in this case, these tower dumps were conducted in specific areas that the vehicle was or Thomas Stein or Christopher Horne were or are known to be, the area of their residence, the area of West Creek Circle, where the GPS showed the vehicle went, and the area of the crime scene. During a historical time frame of maybe an hour or 2 hours, whatever it may be, the tower captures the devices that are communicating with the tower at that time. And the goal is to try to identify in common devices in the locations and show that they were, in this case, show that they were in the same areas as devices of the defendants.
So let's just go back a little to a tower dump. How many tower dumps did you look at from that time frame of the murder? How many towers?
I believe there were 3.
Okay. And so you do a search warrant for the cell phone company, and do they give you every single phone number that used that tower during that time frame that you requested?
Essentially, yes.
And then are you looking at all those phone numbers from each of those 3 towers to see if any phone used all 3 towers or perhaps 2 of those towers?
Yes.
Were you able to see any in common numbers? Well, first let's go back. The 3 towers that you got dumps of, where were those 3 towers located?
One was in the area of Fort Myers, near Thomas Stein's residence. Another was close to the area of West Creek Circle. And the other was down off of Del Prado Boulevard in the area where the crime took place.
So you have one near Thomas Stein's house, one in West Creek Circle where Christopher Horne Jr. was picked up, and one near the crime scene.
Yes.
And when you analyzed all those numbers, how many numbers hit all 3 cell towers?
Outside of the defendants, there weren't any.
Okay. So did both Christopher Horne Jr. and Thomas Stein's phone numbers hit at all 3 of those towers?
Yes.
Was there anybody that you looked at, any number that you found that hit 2 of the towers?
Yes.
And how many phone numbers hit 2 of the towers?
1.
Okay. And were you able to follow up to see if that person was potentially connected?
Yes.
And whose number, who had that number? Were you able to determine?
Was an individual from Fort Myers, 43-year-old male. The phone that actually made contact, or the telephone facility that actually made contact with the towers, was a phone number embedded in a SIM card in his vehicle. In other words, an infotainment system in your vehicle, if equipped, has its own phone number. That person was a Grubhub Uber Eats driver who had driven in the area on the same date. As far as the area in Cape Coral, it was a little bit after the crime had occurred, and earlier in the night in North Fort Myers.
Now, did you continue as you went through this investigation to try to see if you could include anybody in that car that night?
Yes.
And did you follow up on talking to many people? Were many interviews conducted and numerous records gotten?
Yes.
I think it was mentioned earlier that Thomas Stein was ultimately arrested several days after the murder for the murder and robbery of Kayla Rincon-Miller and Emma Wright and Luann DeJet. Was Christopher Horne arrested immediately?
No.
And was there further investigation that needed to be done of Christopher Horne?
Yes.
And once further investigation was done, was there a warrant issued to pick up him for the same charges that Thomas Stein was arrested for?
Yes.
And did it take a long time to find Christopher Horne?
His arrest was about a month later.
And did you have people actively looking to try to find him?
Yes.
And by the time that you found him, did he have any phone?
No.
So were you ever able to analyze an actual phone download from Christopher Horne Jr.?
No.
Did you end up getting tower records from Christopher Horne Jr.'s phone so you could at least analyze what his phone may have been communicating with that night?
Yes.
And in your review of Thomas Stein's phone or just the phone numbers on Christopher Horne, was there any other connections that you saw Christopher Horne making that would allow you to conduct interviews or further investigation into any of his family and friends being at the scene that night?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to follow up and find that whether there was anybody else at the scene that night that was connected to Christopher Horne Jr.?
No,
No, there was not any connections you were able to find.
not that has been found.
Did you also go through Kayla Rincon-Miller's phone?
Yes.
And did you look for any possible connections that she may have had to Thomas Stein?
Yes.
And did you find any connections in her phone to Thomas Stein?
I did not.
Were you able to look through her phone to see if she had any information that was linked to Christopher Horne Jr.?
Did not.
And was there anything, did you have the opportunity to look for that?
Yes.
And did you find any connection or links to Christopher Horne Jr. in her phone?
No.
And did you also, was there also the ability to look through Luann DeJez's phone and see if there was any kind of connection she may have had with Christopher Horne Jr. or Thomas Stein?
Yes.
And was there any connections you were able to find that she had with either of them?
Not that I found.
And then as far as Emma Wright, did she have any kind of working phone that night that was able to be analyzed or downloaded?
No.
And again, were there any connections that you found throughout your investigation that these girls knew them?
No.
Have you continued to follow leads and Crime Stoppers tips and everything and anything that's come in to Cape Coral since this murder has happened back in March 17th of 2024?
Yeah.
Now you heard or you learned through your investigation that there was as many as 5 people potentially in this car that Luann and Emma saw. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you continue to look for other people involved in the robbery besides Christopher Horne Jr. and Thomas Stein?
Yes.
And were you ever able to find any links of anybody else to the scene that night?
Not to date, no.
And if any information would come forward that would potentially link other suspects to the scene, would you follow up on that?
Yes.
And potentially they also could be arrested for the same charges as Christopher Horne and Thomas Stein.
Yes.
Now, was there also some photographs that were collected of Christopher Horne Jr. around the time of the murder that were taken in West Chase Circle?
West Creek Circle.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, West Creek Circle. And in those photos, was there anything of significance that you noticed?
The clothing that he was wearing.
Your Honor, may I approach the defense and the
Yeah.
detective? May I approach the clerk?
Yeah.
If I could get 24B, please. Detective, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 24A, which has already been introduced into evidence, and have you also take a look at State's Exhibit 24B.
Yes,
And do you recognize each of these exhibits?
I do.
And are these the photographs provided that were taken in that area where he was picked up the night of the murder, or the afternoon of the murder?
Yes.
You know, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 24B into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
heard about license plate readers. Were there multiple license plate readers that were collected that showed the path of the Nissan Pathfinder?
There were license plate readers that reveal the image of the tag on the Nissan, yes.
And when the way a license plate reader works, is there like a camera at various points throughout Lee County that are monitoring or taking photographs of the cars that drive by?
Yes.
And so how is it that you're able to find a certain license plate through those license plate reader cameras?
Well, you can find a particular license plate by running the license plate in the system or a description of the vehicle, and it gives you, populates a group of candidates of the vehicle with the license plates if they're photographed.
And once a license plate number is put into the reader, will you be able to pull up all those various cameras that the car would have driven past?
Yes.
Now, you already mentioned the video surveillance that was collected where Christopher Horne Jr. was picked up. Were there multiple videos that were collected that showed that Nissan Pathfinder's path that night?
There were, yes.
And did Destiny get copies of those so that she could analyze them for her report?
Yes.
And we also heard about the videos from near the scene. Were those also collected and given to Destiny for her report?
Yes.
Now, as far as the crime scene, does Cape Coral have a crime scene unit that does the forensics part of an investigation?
They do.
And as far as the forensics in this case, was there a lot of testing that was able to be done?
There was some testing done.
And as far as Kayla's shirt went, how much blood was on her shirt?
It was saturated with blood.
And was that the shirt that she was still wearing when she was taken to Gulf Coast Hospital?
Yes.
And as far as actual contact from anybody touching her, did you have any information that anybody actually touched her skin with their hands?
No.
Did you later do some investigation into a marking that you found on her body?
Yes.
Were you also able to review firearms records in relation to the firearm that Jessica Stein owned that went missing after the murder?
Yes.
And when she said that it was missing, did you give her any kind of instructions?
I suggested that she report it missing or stolen.
And did she do that?
To my knowledge, no.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
At this time, the state tenders a witness.
All right. Good.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. You prepared a report for this case, is that correct?
Yes.
In it kind of gives like a summary of everything you've done, kind of keep track of all the different tendrils of this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Isn't it true that when the girls met with Detective Scarlato and Sergeant Courtwright, so there were 4 males that exited the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And there were 2 displayed firearms, true?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
2 displayed firearms.
I believe so, yes.
Based upon your investigation, did the Nissan Pathfinder that was driven by Thomas Stein make any unaccounted for stops?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So it went to West Creek Circle to pick up Christopher Horne Jr., correct?
Yes.
Did it stop anywhere after that?
At some point, the house of Jaden Fernandez.
Okay. And the purpose of stopping Jaden Fernandez's house was what?
Object to hearsay, calls for hearsay.
Sustain this one.
Jaden Fernandez gave you a statement, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you discover any untruths during that statement?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Ooh. You can answer the question.
Yes.
I have two further objections I'd like to discuss further.
Ooh.
So having interviewed Mr. Fernandez, you proceeded with your investigation, and based upon that investigation, you had to go back to Jaden Fernandez, is that correct?
Yes.
Because of those untruths.
Partially, but there was also a download of his phone made that revealed some other information.
Revealed things that he hadn't revealed during the course of the interview. Is that true?
Yes.
Besides Jaden Fernandez's house, where did the Pathfinder go?
75 Evergreen.
Okay, what's
That's
there?
a church. Church.
It's a church. And how long was that vehicle parked at the church?
Several minutes.
Were there any witnesses to this event?
There was a pastor of the church that saw the vehicle.
Did the pastor witness any other vehicles that had pulled next to the Pathfinder?
Yes.
For how long?
I don't recall exactly what he said for a short period of time.
Did you collect the 911 call that was associated with this case?
I did not.
Did you listen to it?
Have I listened to it?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you collect it as part of your investigation?
I personally didn't collect it, but
Who did?
I believe Detective Scolaro did.
Before his leaving on medical leave?
Yes.
So you investigated Thomas Stein's phone, is that true?
Yes.
After his arrest, you were able to get a search warrant for it?
There was a search warrant was issued for it, yes.
And you investigated some of the contacts that were in Thomas's phone, true?
Yes.
Besides Jaden Fernandez, there was Christopher Horne Jr.
Among the, some other people, yes.
There was Patrick Clark,
Patrick Clark,
Craig Couture,
Craig Couture,
Corey Mormon,
Corey Mormon,
Daniel Martin,
Daniel Martin,
Jaden Pagan.
Jaden Pagan.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were able to investigate all of these people through the use of that cell tower duct. Is that accurate?
Well, each of their phones, except for Mr. Couture, were, search warrant was done for his.
Sorry, can you speak up with a little more volume?
Each of their phones was, a search warrant was obtained for each of their phones for historical cell phone data individually.
Okay. And any of those search warrants reveal that they were pinging off those towers?
The search warrants revealed that the devices were in the vicinity of each of their residences at the time of the crime.
Were any of those vicinities in the area of the crime?
No.
In addition to the contact history that you kind of lend out, the tendrils for Thomas Stein's phones, Thomas Stein's phone contacts, you also had Instagram, is that correct?
Yes.
And not just their Instagram page, but direct messaging associated with that, is that correct?
Yes.
And Facebook. Did he have Facebook?
I believe so.
Did he have direct messaging through Facebook?
He may have, I don't recall.
Did you look? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Snapchat?
I don't recall if it was Snapchat. I believe there was, yes.
TikTok?
I don't recall.
What about WhatsApp?
I'm sorry?
WhatsApp?
WhatsApp? I don't recall.
Have you ever investigated a telephone using WhatsApp?
No.
Are you aware that it is encrypted?
I am.
If someone is planning to commit a robbery, wouldn't it behoove them to leave their phone at home or some different location?
I can't answer that.
If someone is committing a robbery and their phone is at a different location, doesn't that tell you that they were doing this as a plan?
Objection, speculation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Let's talk about Christopher Horne Jr., the other defendant in this case. You said his arrest was about a month later after Mr. Stein.
That's correct.
After you put out a search warrant, well, prior to you putting out a search or arrest warrant for him, his mother came by the station asking if there was a warrant out for him. Is that correct?
His mother came by the station with some other people wanting to know if we were looking for him.
Isn't it true he went into hiding at that?
It appeared to be.
He wasn't at either of his parents' house?
That's correct. I think actually his father moved during that time.
And by the time you found him, you found no phone. True?
That's true.
Because of that, were you able to look at his Instagram direct messages?
Only historical information, nothing from the phone device itself.
What about Snapchat direct messages?
That's the same, historical only.
Do you know if he had a WhatsApp?
I don't know.
If you had the phone, that would tell you that, correct?
It could, yes.
After Horne's arrest, was there ever a time that he told you what he had done with the phone?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Just statement by defendant. Submission by defendant.
Please come up, see you back at
All right.
All right, let the record reflect jury's exited the courtroom. You can be seated. Just give me a second. Okay, so the statement against interest is under 8044, correct?
Correct.
And that would be if the declarant is unavailable as a witness.
Correct.
Okay, and my understanding is that the declarant is available as a witness and has been listed and as a witness.
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Wheeler?
No, Judge. Judge, I would just ask, based upon the court, I guess the court's finding that it is not any exception.
I'm sorry, say it louder.
From the court's recitation of the rule, I'm guessing the court is not inclined to allow the statement in as an exception to hearsay.
Well, you made the argument that it was a statement against interest. So I looked up that, which is under 8044, which is under the rule where the declarant is unavailable as a witness, which my understanding does not appear to be the case.
Right, Judge. I would just ask that if the court is inclined to keep that statement out, or at least that portion of the statement out, that allow us to keep Detective Lasalandra under subpoena until as a rebuttal witness.
Of course.
Okay, that's fine. So there's a state's objection, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So I sustain the objection. We'll bring the jury back in.
Jurors entry.
All right, please be seated. Mr. Wheeler may continue when you're ready.
Based upon information you obtained from Christopher Horne Jr., did you look in the Caloosahatchee?
No.
Did you look in any ponds or any bodies of water near his house?
Yes.
Were you able to recover a phone based upon that information he gave you?
No.
Were you able to recover any type of firearm based upon the information he gave you?
No.
The information that Christopher Horne Jr. had given you, I guess included some sort of family member named Jug?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you able to look at anybody else as a potential suspect based upon the information you've given?
Based upon information that,
Christopher Horne Jr. had given?
no,
Was that because of the vague nature of the information?
the information that was obtained on his associates or associates of his were obtained through the investigation, not through Christopher Horne.
So not with his assistance?
Sorry?
Not with his assistance?
No.
At some point, you learned that Christopher Horne wanted to cooperate with the state's case, is that correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a proffer.
Yes.
You were there?
Yes.
Ms. Miller was there?
Yes.
Christopher Horne's Jr.'s attorney was there, Mr. Hyder?
Height. Correct.
Correct. Was he honest in that proffer?
Objection, calls for opinion.
Sustained.
Resolution.
Did you have to take a second proffer because of the information he had given you in the first?
He came in for a second proffer,
Okay.
not at my request.
Did the two proffers agree with each other?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Let's talk about the forensics in this case if we can. You indicated to the state on direct that the shirt of Kayla Rincon-Miller that was recovered from the hospital was saturated in blood. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen the shirt?
Yes.
I think members of the jury have seen the shirt this morning. Were you present for that?
No.
Regardless of the marks of blood on the shirt, did you test it for any other DNA in the case?
No.
Do you know where else she might have been touched by her assailant?
Her purse was examined.
I don't want to get there yet. What about on her body? She fought her assailant, is that correct?
I don't know that.
You don't know whether or not she had punched or kicked out of her assailant?
No, I don't.
Struggled with them?
I don't know.
The purse that was sought to be taken from Kayla Rincon-Miller.
Yes.
You said that was tested for DNA, true?
Yes, it was.
Did that DNA test show that Christopher Horne Jr. was a suspect in taking that purse?
No.
He was excluded.
He was excluded.
What about Thomas Stein?
He was excluded.
Was there a partial DNA profile that was created from that purse strap?
There was a mixture of DNA, I believe,
Okay, a mixture?
with a male contributor.
How many markers did it give you?
I really couldn't answer that. I don't know that much about it. That would go through our forensics unit.
Was that enough to go and be placed in the database?
There was some that was placed in CODIS, yes.
Did you get any hits?
No.
Switching to the body and the remains of Kayla herself. There was a gunshot entrance wound in her chest. Is that true?
Yes.
And an exit wound in her lower back.
Yes.
So that tells you that either at some point the firearm was pointed in a, I guess, almost lateral position with the body. Or parallel.
Or the body position created that.
Okay. There was no ballistics recovered from, there's no projectiles recovered from the remains. Is that true?
That's true.
Any fragments?
No.
Do you know if it was x-rayed?
I believe at the medical examiner would handle that.
Okay. Do you know whether or not they performed an x-ray of the remains?
I'd have to go over the report. I do not know.
Do you know what stippling is?
Yes.
What is stippling?
It's caused by the heat and particles that come out of the muzzle of a gun when a gun is shot or
So
fired.
the gunpowder inside the projectile kind of flares up as it's being fired from the bullet. Is that true?
Yes.
Sorry, fired from the barrel. True?
Yes.
And it's propelling the projectile or the bullet itself forward.
Yes.
And based upon the amount of stippling associated around an entrance of a gunshot wound, it's somehow easy to determine what the distance is, the shooter is, from the victim. Is that accurate?
To my knowledge, it provides a estimate of range of how far the gun was away from the body.
So if there's stippling around the entrance of a wound, how close is that firearm to that body?
Didn't they object to this being outside the scope of his knowledge?
I'll let you answer if you know.
So I would be making an estimate. I don't know. It's not an area of expertise that I have.
Well, I mean, you've been a detective for a very long time, right?
Yes.
And you've been in law enforcement for 33 years, I think, I calculated.
About.
If there is no stippling on a body, what does that tell you as a detective in the case?
It can tell me that the gun was a distance away from the body when it was fired.
What is a distance from the body?
Again, I'm not an expert in that field. I really don't know.
6 feet?
Objection to ask the answer. And
Sustained.
How many homicides have you investigated, detective?
Including my time in Cape Coral, approximately 10.
How many homicides by gunshot?
Approximately 8.
Just make 7 more, please.
You may.
Is it accurate that your investigation from Christopher Horne Jr.'s perspective involves only 2 suspects in this case?
objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained as to from Christopher Horne's perspective.
Your investigation in this case remains open. Is that correct, Detective?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Just a few follow-up, yeah?
All right.
Detective, the defense asked you about that stop at a church that was made between the crime scene as well as, I believe it was Jaden Fernandez's house. Is that correct? I want to make sure I have
The
that.
stop that was made by the Nissan Pathfinder occurred after Jaden Fernandez's house.
And did that pastor ever see anybody getting in or out of cars that night?
No.
Now, all the names that defense mentioned, Patrick Clark, all of those, he asked about the tower dumps, but none of their individual phones were ever pinged off the tower of the crime scene, near the crime scene. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And as far as the Snapchat and Instagram, were there search warrants that were obtained for the various social media accounts that you were aware of?
Yes.
And the Instagram, you talked about historical data, but the Instagram account information you got, would that have had the messaging, the post, potential videos that would have been posted with that Instagram account?
Yes.
And were you able to view the messages that you had with those various social media accounts?
Yes.
Now, the defense asked about Christopher Horne Jr. and his associates. Were you able to follow up to determine if he had any associates that you were able to link to the crime scene that night?
None that were linked to the crime scene.
And again, as far as your investigation goes, the only two people at this time that you've been able to link to that scene are Christopher Horne Jr. and Thomas Stein.
Yes.
No further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is he released?
Not released, but.
You may state you're under subpoena. Record your next witness.
State called Jaden Fernandez. May I approach the court camera?
Sorry?
May I approach?
Yes.
The court?
And sir, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in. Just raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take this in. And proceed when you're ready.
And
just make sure you speak clearly and distinctly and loud enough for everybody to hear you in the microphone.
Yes, sir.
would you please state your full name?
Jaden Anthony Fernandez.
That's good. That's perfect. And how do you spell your first name?
Jayden.
And how do you spell your last name?
Fernandez.
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Are you in school or working or doing something else?
I'm in school. I'm about to go up and play football.
Where are you going to go play football?
New Jersey.
And did you graduate from high school?
Yes.
And how long ago was that?
Probably about a year ago.
Do you live here in Lee County?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived in Lee County?
I've lived in Lee County for over 10 years.
Who do you live with?
My mother.
Who else?
My stepfather.
Is there anyone else that lives in your home?
My big sister and my little sister.
And you don't have to give me an address, but what area of Lee
North Fort Myers.
Fort Myers? Is that the Piney Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you lived in that home?
I've lived in my home for about, I honestly don't know for real.
Okay. Is it recently that you've moved there, or have you lived there for a little while?
I've lived there for a little while, since I was in middle school.
Oh, so a couple of years then.
Yes.
All right. And do you know a person named Thomas Stein?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that person go by a nickname that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what is that?
T.
Do you see the person you know as Thomas Stein here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you take a look and tell me something that that person's wearing and point to them?
A gray suit. Right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
How long have you known Thomas Stein?
About like 2 years, I think.
Couple years?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you live nearby one another?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Approximately how far is his home to your home?
About like 5 minutes walking.
Okay. And is that address that his home on, is that at Mariana Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Pretty quick walk then.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you go about going from your home to his home? Is it like a turn around a corner or down the street, or you have to cut through yards?
Like there's a stop sign and then like you turn right.
Okay, so just down a road and down a corner, around a corner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know who his mother is?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Jessica Stein.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spent time with her?
A couple times, not, you know what I'm saying?
Have you spent time at Thomas Stein's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you spent time there, has she been there?
Sometimes, yeah.
And in your visits with Thomas over at his home, have you had occasion there to handle guns?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they guns that you brought with you?
No, ma'am.
Where did the guns come from when you're handling them at his home?
From Tom.
Do you have your own gun?
Not anymore.
Did you ever bring a gun over to Thomas's house?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware of whether Thomas had a gun that was specifically his or one that he frequently handled?
Yes.
Okay, what type of gun was that?
Pistol.
And can you describe the type of pistol it was?
It was silver.
Silver. And what about whether it was a Glock 27? Does that sound familiar?
I don't know.
When you were over at Thomas's house or spending time with him and you guys are playing with guns, did you ever take photos of yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Take videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
I was just a dumb kid doing dumb things, trying to put on for the wrong crowd.
Were you posting them on social media?
No, ma'am.
Was Thomas taking social media images at the time that you guys were playing with guns together?
I don't know.
You're not sure?
No, ma'am.
So the photos that you would take of yourself and Thomas, you just kept them on your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
This is, I'm approaching a 16B that's already been entered.
What is it?
16B that's already been entered into evidence.
Okay.
Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Thomas holding the gun.
And is that taken from, is that a screenshot taken from a video that you took on your phone?
I think so.
Is that a gun that you would frequently see Thomas handling?
Sometimes, yeah.
I'm gonna put that one up here on the screen. Have it right side up. It's not right side up. Oh, right. That's the photo we're talking about that I just showed you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an individual named Christopher Horne Jr.?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
From Thomas.
He was a friend of both of yours, a friend of Thomas's that you met, or just an acquaintance?
I don't know how Tom knows him, but like I met him at his house.
Okay, so you met Chris at Thomas's house at some occasion.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you know whether Chris Horne Jr. has a nickname?
Bubba or Buster or something like that.
Okay. Were you friends with him on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know I kind of already asked this, but I want to make sure that I understand. Were you friends with Christopher Horne Jr. or friendly with him?
Can you define like friendly?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out if he's someone that you communicated with and had a friendship with separately from your friendship with Thomas Stein.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so everything about your interactions came through Thomas Stein.
Yes, ma'am.
And may I approach the witness again?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as states exhibit number 16A. Can you take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Christopher Horne.
Also known as Bubba or Busta.
Yes, ma'am.
May I publish this as well, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm placing this on the viewer, 16A. That's the person we're talking about is Bubba or Chris Horne Jr. or Busta.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to go back to, well, actually, I should say, how many times can you estimate did you spend time together with both Christopher Horne Jr. and Thomas Stein?
1 or 2 times.
And in those 1 or 2 times, where did you all hang out together?
We hung out at Thomas's house.
And what about how many times have you hung out with Thomas Stein? Can you estimate that number?
I hung out with Thomas a lot. I can't lie.
And when you were over at his house and hanging out with him, what is it that you all were doing other than, playing with guns and the photos that we've talked about?
Smoking.
Smoking what?
Marijuana.
Now, was Jessica Stein aware of this going on at her home when you were there?
I don't know.
Was she home when you were doing it?
Sometimes.
So rule is that question.
Did you answer the question?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your answer to that question?
But make sure we're talking about, can you just ask?
Oh,
the
I'm
question?
sorry. Was Jessica aware of, was she home at the time you were doing this smoking marijuana in her home?
Sometimes.
So she was present?
Sometimes.
And what about when you were handling guns?
I don't think so.
Not sure?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to go back a little bit to a date a couple years ago, March 17th of 2024, what we're here about today. Did you spend time with Thomas Stein on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing?
We went to the beach early in the morning.
And when you went to the beach, who went to the beach?
So me, Thomas, his mom, his siblings, and his uncle and their kids.
Okay. How did you get to the beach?
We went in his mom's car.
Okay. And of the people that you've already listed, who all was in the car that you drove to the beach in?
Who all was in the car that I was in?
Right, because you listed a lot of people. It seems like a small car for that many people.
It was me, Tom, Jessica, Rosie,
And
his
the other
brothers,
siblings?
His brothers.
And what about the uncle you talked about? Was that person there as well in the car?
No, ma'am.
Drove separately?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what beach did you go to?
Sun Beach in Venice.
So it took a little while to get there,
Yes, ma'am.
but you all, the whole family, their family plus you all fit in the car that you were riding to go to the beach.
Yes, ma'am.
So you left early in the morning?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the beach?
Probably like a couple hours, I think.
Okay. And it seems silly to ask, but what were you doing at the beach? Were you always in the water playing in the sand, or what other things were you up to?
We were just playing football.
Did you go eat lunch?
Excuse me?
Did you go eat lunch?
Oh, like after the beach?
Yeah, or while you were there. Did you eat food while you're there?
No, we just got some food after we left.
Okay. And did you meet anyone while you're at the beach?
Did I meet anybody?
Was there anyone there that you met or became friends with, or just stayed with the party that you were with?
No, we was I knew these people that I knew from like a long time ago, and it was this girl that I knew, and I wanted to get her number, so I went back with Tom and started talking to him and stuff, and then we went back to Jessica and stuff.
So trying to chat up some girls at the beach.
Yes, ma'am.
Spring break time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The car that you went in, was that a car you were familiar with Jessica driving frequently?
No.
Was it a different car than she usually had?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how long she'd had that car that you drove to the beach in?
No, ma'am.
And do you know what kind of car it was?
think it was a Pathfinder.
And so do you know whether that was her car or where she had gotten it from?
No, I don't.
You don't know whether it was a rental car?
No, ma'am.
So you came back to your home after the beach day, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Jessica drop you off at your home or someplace else?
So,
Did she bring you home to your house or to someplace else?
she brought me back to her house.
Okay, and then how did you get home?
I walked.
And when you left that day from Thomas's house, did you plan to see him at any more that night?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go when you left his home?
I went to go play basketball
Okay, and where did you go play basketball?
at Hancock.
With whom?
Jordan Thomas Grote.
I'm sorry?
Jordan Thomas Grote.
Okay. And how long did you stay and play basketball?
Up until like 8:30, 8:40 around there.
And what did you do after finishing your basketball game and play?
When Jordan dropped me off, I called Tom and I said like I was gonna buy some weed off him.
I want to make sure I understand. So your friend dropped you off at your home,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you placed a phone call to Thomas Stein.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of that phone call?
To buy marijuana.
And did you arrange to make that purchase from him?
Say it again.
How did you decide where you were going to buy that marijuana from him?
Like what place? Like
Yeah, where did you decide to meet up for that?
my house.
And did he come over to your house?
Yes, ma'am.
How did he get there?
In the car.
What car was he driving?
The SUV.
The same one that you'd gone to the beach in earlier that day?
Yes, ma'am.
When he arrived at your home, was anybody else in the car with him?
Yes.
Who else?
Christopher Horne.
And where were the two of them sitting in the car?
Christopher Horne was in the passenger and Thomas was in the driver's seat.
Was there anybody else in the car when they arrived?
No, ma'am.
And when they got to your home, what happened next?
He told me he was in traffic. He pulled up to my house and Christopher hopped out when they got there, and there was a Mexican walking back to his house, and Christopher hopped out and said, "I'm trying to catch me a Chico lacking," or something like that, along those lines.
Were you alarmed by that?
I didn't pay too much attention to it because I didn't really like I was. A lot of kids say a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really take it that serious.
Okay.
I thought he was just playing.
Thought he was just joking.
Yes, ma'am.
And so he jumped out of the car when he said that?
Yes.
Was the car door open when he said it?
Yes, ma'am.
And Thomas Stein was right next to him in the driver's seat?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened after Christopher Horne said that?
We hopped back in the car. We went to Thomas's house. Thomas told me to go inside, grab a scale, grab a weed. He scaled it out for me real quick, and he took me back to my house.
At any point during that, did you notice whether either of your two friends, whether they had a gun?
Yes.
Which one of them?
Christopher Horne,
And what kind of gun was it?
the silver one.
The .45?
I'm not sure. It was just a pistol.
A silver pistol?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know whose gun that was?
Thomas.
It's Thomas's gun?
Well, it was DJ's gun.
Okay, and I want to make sure we get the background right. Okay,
And if we can get you to speak up and raise your volume a little bit.
I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you.
So Christopher Horne had a gun. Have you seen him with that gun before?
Was it his?
Well, no. Have you seen Christopher Horne with that gun before?
Handled it before?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and have you seen Thomas Stein handle that gun before?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know whose gun that was?
I think Thomas told me that it was Darrell Ford's.
Okay, and who is Darrell Ford?
DJ.
And that's his nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
But who is he to the people that we're talking about? Is he related to anyone?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is he friends with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is he friends with?
He was friends with me, Thomas, and Patrick, Corey, a lot, all of us for real.
And the gun that we're talking about that Christopher Horne had, is that the same gun that we saw in the photo that I showed you or a different gun?
Say it again.
The gun that we're talking about that Christopher Horne had, is that the same gun we saw in that video or a different gun?
That's a different gun.
Okay, so the one that Christopher Horne had that day is different than the one in the video and that screenshot that I showed you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did he do anything with that gun when you saw him there that day on the day that I'm talking about when he came out of the car when he arrived with Thomas Stein?
I'm not sure.
He wasn't doing anything with it at that time.
No, I'm not sure.
May I approach the witness? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. I'm sorry. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been identified as State's Exhibit number 16. Can you take a look at that and tell me whether you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's a silver gun.
Is that the silver gun that we've already been talking about that was in Thomas Stein's hand?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not the gun that we're talking about that was in Christopher Horne's hand.
Wait.
Is it the same? What gun is, those are all terrible questions and I apologize.
No, it's okay.
First of all, you recognize this photo, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is it a photo of yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You're holding a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, state would move to enter State's Exhibit 16 into evidence.
The objection. Be admitted.
Can I, and I'm gonna publish that?
Okay.
This gun that we're seeing here that I'm showing up on the screen, where did you get that gun?
It was Thomas in Thomas's house.
Okay, and is that the gun from DJ?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's the gun that same gun that Christopher Horne had on the night of March 17th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my questions had all been very confusing, so I
No,
apologize
it's
for
okay.
that. But I wanna make sure that we're talking about the same items. When they arrived that night, and we've already talked about there was nobody else in the car, do you recall if they discussed what their plans were for the evening before they dropped you off?
No, ma'am.
Did there come a time when law enforcement officers did a traffic stop on a vehicle that you were riding in soon after that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you end up speaking with some officers that night from the Cape Coral Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they question you for a long time?
Yes.
Did you know what they were questioning you about?
After they told me.
They told you it was a serious thing they were investigating?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Were you asked about someone named Busta?
Yes.
And did you assist them in identifying who Busta or Buster was?
Yes, ma'am.
You provided an image from social media to the law enforcement officers to help identify him?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as exhibit number 21. Let me approach the clerk, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just said I'd like to approach.
Okay.
That's okay.
Evidence.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I've shown defense counsel what's been marked as state's exhibit number 21. It's contained in an envelope. I've opened that and I'm showing this document to you. Can you tell me if you recognize that image?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
It's a picture of Busta.
And how do you recognize that photo?
Say it again.
When was the last time you saw that photo?
when the detectives came to my house.
And they asked you to identify for them who Busta was,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's what you showed them that image, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you signed that and dated it for the date and time.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would need to enter the envelope and document contained inside, which is Exhibit 21.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
This is the image that we've been talking about,
Yes, ma'am.
and you helped to identify Busta as Christopher Horne.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what kind of phone you had at the time of this event on March 17th of 2024?
The iPhone 13.
Was it a phone you paid for the service for?
My mother paid for it.
And when officers spoke with you, did you ultimately provide that phone to them for them to search and have a download of?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than what we talked about going to the beach, did everything else we've talked about occur here in Lee County, Florida?
Say it again?
Other than when you went to the beach, did everything else happen here in Lee County?
Yes.
Do you know Luann DeJay?
No, ma'am.
Do you know Emma Wright?
No, ma'am.
Val? And do you personally know Kayla Rincon-Miller?
No, ma'am.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I have no further questions, and I'll tender the witness.
All right.
Good afternoon, Jim.
Good afternoon.
Isn't your sister that knew her?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
It's okay. That's the second time today. Must be my cologne. So your sister knew Kayla Rincon-Miller?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
She went to school with her?
No,
She knew her through Instagram?
I'm not sure how she knew her.
But she knew who she was.
Yes.
And when you learned that she had been murdered, your sister's the one that told you.
Yes.
How long have you known Thomas Stein for?
Say it again?
How long have you known Thomas Stein for?
I just told her like 2 years.
2 years?
Around there.
You guys went to school together?
Yes, sir.
You considered yourself pretty good friends?
I would say so.
You guys hung out on the weekend, neighborhood kids?
Yeah.
How long had you known Buster for?
Not that long.
2 months prior to the murder?
I'm not sure. I think
Would you say more or less?
probably less.
Less than that?
Yes.
Christopher Horne Jr. had a few nicknames. Were you aware of that?
No.
Yeah, so you only knew him as Bubba or Buster?
Yes, sir.
The weapon that you were holding that picture that the state showed you, it was like an older gun, right?
I'm not sure.
Do you know anything about firearms?
No, not really.
Let me ask you this. Did the grip of that gun have a laser in it?
Yes.
So when you would grab it, it would flash?
Yes.
What is an op?
What is an op?
Yeah, when someone's got an op.
Opposition,
Opposition. So we're talking about somebody in particular, right?
I guess.
Someone that you would have beef with?
I guess.
Okay. To your knowledge, did T have any ops?
Don't think so. Not that I know of. No.
You didn't have beef with anyone, to your knowledge?
No.
The state asked you whether or not you would handle guns when Jessica Stein was at home. And you said, I don't think so. And she said, so you're not sure.
Yes.
Is that accurate
Yes, sir.
recitation? When you said, I don't think so, isn't it true that you would handle guns only when you're in T's room,
Yes.
right? You wouldn't be out in the middle of the living room or in the kitchen.
No.
You made a statement that the night of the murder, when they came over to pick you up for marijuana sale.
Mhm.
Sorry, I closed my eyes when I think.
No, it's okay. You're good.
You stated that Christopher Horne Jr. or Buster hopped out of the car and he makes this declaration to you. I want to rob a Chico.
Yes.
Or you said on direct, trying to catch a Chico lagging.
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
But he said to you, "I want to rob a Chico." Is that accurate?
Along those lines, yes.
How many times have you hung out with Christopher Horne at this point?
It's probably my second time hanging out with him.
The first time you were hanging out with him, isn't it true he said he wanted to catch a body?
Yes.
What does catch a body mean?
Killing somebody.
Killing someone.
Sir.
Have you ever heard Thomas Stein make such a statement?
No, sir.
Based upon your 2-year friendship with Thomas Stein, did he ever, were all of his needs taken care of by his mom?
Yes.
Did he have to pay for gas?
I don't think so.
Did he have to pay for car insurance?
I don't think so.
But we worked at a car wash, right?
Yes, he did work at the car wash.
How long had he worked at the car wash for?
I'm not sure. Probably 2-3 weeks around there.
Who got him the job at the car wash?
Himself, I think.
Okay. From what you know of Christopher Horne, did Christopher Horne have needs?
Say it again.
Did Christopher Horne have needs?
Have needs?
Yeah.
Like, can you clarify that?
Like, how did he get his own marijuana?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Would he come over and smoke teas?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think we smoked when I went over there.
How many times have you seen Christopher Horne Jr. in that red sweatshirt?
Like once.
Just the one time?
Yes, sir.
The one time that he picked you up to purchase marijuana?
Yes, sir.
When he came out, when they stopped by to pick you up, the passenger door opens. Christopher Horne Jr. hops out. He makes a statement, "I want to rob a Chico," and the state asked you whether or not the door was open, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not Thomas Stein heard that statement?
I'm not sure.
I'll allow the answer.
I'm not sure.
Was Thomas Stein doing anything when you walked out to get picked up?
Other than driving, no.
Okay. Where was Christopher Horne Jr. when he made that statement? Like, how far out of the car?
Probably like 2 inches from the car.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
2 inches from the car.
Towards the front or towards the rear?
Like where he was facing it?
Yeah.
He was facing the rear.
Okay. So away from the car.
Yeah.
And just for the record, I had overruled the objection, so that's putting on the record.
When you saw Christopher Horne that evening, getting out of Thomas Stein's vehicle, did he have a mask on?
I'm not sure.
Did he have a scully cap?
I think so.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was Thomas Stein and Christopher Horne Jr. planning to go out and try door handles?
Say it again.
Car hopping, we call it.
I'm not sure.
You know what car hopping is?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what car hopping is?
It's when you go and like go around trying to break into cars.
Okay, when you say break into cars, do you mean like a Slim Jim or just seeing if the door's open?
Just seeing if the door's open.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Nothing from the CFO.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Is he released?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, or you want to stay on this?
I would ask that we keep.
So you're still under subpoena, but you can step down. You may. So, ladies and gentlemen, I did receive a note with a question. It says, what is a proffer? What info is included in a proffer? Why is this needed? It is not appropriate for me to answer your questions at this time. You're going to have to rely on the testimony and evidence that is provided. And so that's my answer. All right. Now, scheduling. It is almost 5 o'clock. I'm going to release you tonight to go home and come back in the morning. I have a question about my scheduling though in the morning. So, 8:30. All right. So I have another hearing on something totally different I've got to do tomorrow morning at 8:30. So I'm going to have you come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research. Don't look up anything. Don't discuss anything about your service as a juror on the case with anybody, including family members. And don't watch any local television, read any local newspapers, and just remember those instructions. And I will see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's thanks at the end of the courtroom. You can be seated. Let's just talk a little bit about scheduling. How many more witnesses does the state have?
3 to 4.
Okay. And, all right. And you believe those 3 to 4 you can get through the testimony before lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
But
All right.
Just to remind you, we will have to do the proffer of that overlay on Kayla's chest. There was the markings that are consistent with a firearm. Defense had moved to exclude that, and we believe it's relevant, and so we can proffer that testimony from our witnesses directly. We can have them here early, or I can proffer to the court what that testimony would be. It's up to your honor.
I'd rather proffer it with the testimony with the witness, and we can just do that. How long is that testimony?
10 minutes.
Okay.
So I'll have them here.
Ready to go.
8:30, ready to go, so we're done with the hearing.
I will see what I can do. I was going to say I can try and see if I can maybe. I think is Judge Glatter still in trial?
As far as my
I don't know if I can get another backup judge to handle that pretrial detention in the morning.
But just
I-
saying that to her, it seems like you could have a friend do that.
Well, I'm working on it. So if I can do that, then we can take care of any other, like the proffer and pretrial motion without the presence of the jury at 8:30.
We'll be here at 8:30 regardless.
I will see it. So I'll be here. I just have everybody be here at 8:30 in case I can do that. If not, then I'll have to do the pretrial detention. Those don't typically last a long time. So maybe even by 8:45, we can address some of those things. All right. And then jury instructions. I know I've got a packet in both.
Yeah, there's some changes that we've made. I'll send those to Mr. Wheeler tonight and have a fresh copy printed for your honor and for Mr. Wheeler in the morning.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Wheeler, have you had a chance to look at any of the changes? Okay.
I mean, I think they were just very early on, so I don't think they were very accurate. I'm hoping from this revisions they'll be more. We'll have to wait and see what the state's going to do.
So are we expecting a long charge conference or a short charge conference tomorrow? I mean, is there a lot of issues to be litigated in the jury instructions?
I don't believe so.
But I'm looking more at Mr. Wheeler because he would know that.
Well, Judge, just based upon what the state's sent me so far, we have some work to do, but I'm very hopeful that the second pack they send me will take care of that.
Okay.
all the instructions so far are standard, so.
All right.
if
I know
there's
there
some
was an
communication,
independent act instruction. Is that included in the
It
packet?
is, and I'll
Okay.
add an independent act that includes robbery as well. The one I provided that he had requested was to felony murder, but I'll
All
definitely.
right. I just ask you all if you will just work on it together. You can email each other back and forth tonight so that we have as close to as we can to an acceptable packet to read to the jury tomorrow. We just, bear in mind we cannot end the trial without jury instructions if it goes to the jury. So we just have to have that. All right. And check it for spelling and grammatical errors and.
You're asking the wrong guy, Judge.
What's that?
You're asking the wrong man.
All right, well, somebody who cooks lasagna might be able to do that. All right. Any other issues the court needs to address? Mr. Wheeler, anything that the court needs to address?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.